So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter was secretly raised by Narcissa Malfoy and he became the rival of Draco. So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also press that bell notification to all so whenever I post video you get the notification first. So yeah, now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The boy who vanished the street was gone. Not entirely, fragments of the cottage still stood, one wall holding up half a roof like a drunk clinging to a lamppost. But the rest of Godley's Hollow, that quaint little house where the Potters had hidden behind their Fidelius charm and their faith in the wrong man, was rubble. Smoke curled from the wreckage into the cold October sky, and somewhere in the distance, a dog was howling. Narcissa Malfoy stood at the edge of the garden gate, her traveling cloak pulled tight against the chill, and tried to understand what she was looking at. She hadn't come for the boy. That needed to be clear, at least to herself, because later, years later, she would replay this night 1,000 times, and she needed the truth of it to be something she could live with. She had come because the dark mark had burned, and then gone cold on Lucius's arm 3 hours ago, and her husband had locked himself in his study with a bottle of fire whiskey and a face like parchment, and the whispers were already spreading through the network of fireplaces and patroness messages that linked the Death Eater families like a web of poisoned silk. He's gone. The Dark Lord has fallen. The Potter child, somehow, the Potter child. She had come because she needed to see it for herself. Because Narcissa Black Malfoy had survived the First War by understanding that information was the only currency that never devalued. And if the Dark Lord had truly fallen, she needed to know how and why before the Ministry started kicking down doors. The anti-apparition wards around the cottage had collapsed with everything else, so she'd arrived silently at the garden wall, expecting to find Aurors already swarming the scene. But the street was empty. Somehow, impossibly, word hadn't reached the right people yet, or the wrong people, depending on your perspective. The muggles in the neighboring houses had their curtains drawn, a Fidelius charm's residual magic probably keeping their eyes sliding away from the destruction like water off glass. She was alone, she almost left. That was the other thing she needed to remember. She had actually turned one hand on the gate, ready to disapparate back to Wiltshire and tell Lucius that yes, it was real and they needed to start distancing themselves from every dark artifact in the manor before dawn. A solid plan. A Slytherin plan. Then the baby started crying. It wasn't a loud cry. It was the exhausted, hiccuping sob of an infant who had been crying for a long time and was nearly spent. It came from the second floor, or what used to be the second floor, now a jagged shelf of timber and plaster open to the sky like a broken jaw. Narcissa's feet carried her through the gate before her mind caught up. She moved through the rubble with her wand out, casting stability charms on the debris around her almost without thinking. A beam groaned and shifted. She froze it in place with a flick. Dust rained down from what remained of the staircase. She banished it with a whispered word. She had always been precise with her magic, not powerful in the way Bellatrix was powerful, that unhinged, volcanic force, but meticulous, surgical. The nursery was half destroyed. The far wall had been blown outward by whatever cataclysm had occurred here, leaving the room open to the night air. A mobile of enchanted broomsticks still turned slowly above a crib that was, impossibly, intact, shielding magic. Someone had layered so many protective charms on that crib that even the killing of a Dark Lord hadn't breached them. Lily Potter lay on the floor in front of it. Narcissa stopped. She looked down at the woman she'd never spoken to in life, Muggle-born Gryffindor, everything the Black family had taught her to despise, and felt something she didn't have a name for. Lily's eyes were open and green as killing curses, and there was no fear on her face. She looked like someone who had made a choice and was at peace with it. The baby's cry pulled Narcissa's gaze upward. He was standing in the crib, tiny fists gripping the rails, his face red and streaked with tears and dust. A cut on his forehead was bleeding freely, not a random wound but something shaped, deliberate, a jagged lightning bolt carved into his skin by whatever dark magic had ricocheted through this room. His eyes, when they found hers, were his mother's eyes exactly. Narcissa reached into the crib and picked him up. He stopped crying almost immediately. His small body shuddered against her chest, and his fingers grabbed a fistful of her cloak, and he pushed his wet face into her neck with the desperate trust of a child who simply needed anyone to hold him. She stood there for a long time. Later, she would construct better reasons. Political reasons. Strategic reasons. The Dark Lord might return, and having his conqueror under her roof would be the ultimate insurance policy. The boy's magical power was clearly extraordinary. Imagine that power raised with proper pureblood training, loyal to the Malfoy name. A dozen calculated justifications that Lucius would accept, that she herself could hide behind. But the truth was simpler and worse. She held him and he stopped crying, and something in her chest that had been locked shut since Draco's difficult birth, the healers telling her there could be no more children, the quiet grief she'd never been permitted to express, broke open like a door. "Hush," she whispered into his hair. "Hush now, I've got you." She disapparated before anyone else arrived. Hagrid, on Dumbledore's orders, reached the cottage 20 minutes later. He searched the rubble for an hour, calling out in his booming voice, turning over beams and furniture with his enormous hands, growing more frantic with each passing minute. He found no baby. By dawn, the wizarding world knew two things. Lord Voldemort had fallen, and Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had vanished. The blood magic took 3 days. Narcissa performed it in a hidden chamber beneath the manor's east wing, a room that appeared on no architectural plans and opened only to the blood of the Black family. The Blacks had always been more creative than the Malfoys in the dark arts, more willing to push into the spaces between what was magic and what was madness, and Narcissa's mother had taught her things that would have earned her a life sentence in Azkaban. The ritual didn't change the boy entirely. That would have required more power than she possessed, and would have been detectable by anyone skilled enough to look. Instead, she layered. A glamour, but deeper than any ordinary glamour, woven into his blood through the old magic, anchored to the bond created when she'd held him and chosen him as hers. His messy black hair darkened further and took on a faint silver sheen in certain light, more Black family than Potter. His features sharpened subtly, the jawline, the cheekbones, a suggestion of aristocratic breeding that hadn't been there before. And his eyes, those green eyes that anyone who'd known Lily would recognize in an instant. She layered gray over them like frost over a pond, until they became something new, gray-green, shifting depending on the light, striking and unusual but not identifiable. The scar was the hardest part. It resisted her magic with a viciousness that frightened her. Whatever had made that mark was darker than anything in the Black family's considerable arsenal, and it did not want to be hidden. She managed, in the end, to overlay it, not remove it but bury it under layers of concealment that would hold for roughly 4 weeks before needing renewal. A monthly maintenance that she would never, in 10 years, forget to perform. She named him Hadrian. The story she told Lucius was simple enough to be believable. A distant Black cousin, one of the minor branches that had been decimated in the war, had died in the final wave of violence. Narcissa had promised to take the child if anything happened. Surely Lucius understood the importance of blood obligations within the sacred 28. Lucius had looked at the baby in her arms with his pale, calculating eyes and said nothing for a very long time. "Another mouth to feed is no burden on this house," he said finally. "But he is not a Malfoy, Narcissa. Do not expect me to pretend otherwise." She hadn't. That was fine. She could work with that. Draco was 6 months old and couldn't have cared less about the new addition to the nursery. The 2 babies slept in cribs on opposite sides of the same room, and Narcissa would sit between them in the dark hours, a hand on each crib, and wonder what she'd done. It was Dobby, the house elf, who first noticed something strange about the new baby. The little creature had been bringing warmed milk to the nursery one night when the bottle flew out of his hands and zoomed across the room to Hadrian's crib. The baby hadn't even been crying. He just looked at the bottle and it had come to him. Dobby had stared with his enormous tennis ball eyes and whispered, "Powerful. The young master is very, very powerful." Yes, Narcissa had said quietly. He is. 10 years went by. They went by in the way that years do when you're building a lie, slowly in the living and quickly in the remembering. Narcissa watched both boys grow and she loved them both, but she loved them differently, the way you love the child you bore and the child you stole. One loved straightforward as sunlight, the other tangled with guilt and secrecy and a fierce, almost savage protectiveness. Draco grew into a smaller, sharper version of Lucius. Platinum hair, pointed features, a drawling voice that he practiced in mirrors when he thought no one was watching. He craved his father's approval the way plants crave light, turning toward it, straining for it, willing to twist himself into whatever shape was required to receive it. He was clever, quick with a cutting remark, and had inherited enough of the Black family's magical talent to be genuinely gifted, though not prodigiously so. Hadrian was something else entirely. At age 3, he levitated the family cat to the top of the manor's central chandelier because Draco had kicked it. At 5, he accidentally set Lucius's study curtains on fire during an argument about bedtime blue fire that burned cold and took 3 house elves to extinguish. At 7, he wandlessly summoned a book from the manor's restricted library that was warded against being removed, and when Narcissa asked him how, he just shrugged and said, "I wanted to read it, so it came." Lucius watched all of this with an expression Narcissa couldn't quite read. It wasn't the warm pride he showed when Draco performed well, the thin smile, the hand on the shoulder. With Hadrian, Lucius's attention had a different quality. Wariness, certainly. Assessment, always. And something else that made the hair on Narcissa's arms stand up, because it looked almost like hunger. "The boy's power is unusual," Lucius said one evening, swirling brandy in his study while Narcissa sat across from him with needlework she wasn't actually doing. "You're certain of his parentage, which branch of the Blacks?" "The Crab connection," Narcissa said smoothly. "Through the maternal line. There was a squib 2 generations back who married back into—" "Yes, you've told me." Lucius's eyes were sharp. "It's just that the Crabs have never produced anything approaching this level of magical ability. Not in 5 centuries. The black blood is dominant, clearly." Lucius sipped his brandy. "I've written to the boy's future godfather about him. Severus is intrigued." Narcissa's needle stopped moving. "You've told Severus about Hadrian. Is there a reason I shouldn't have?" "A dozen reasons." Severus Snape had known Lily Potter, had loved her if the whispered rumors were true. If anyone alive would recognize those eyes, even altered, even layered with gray, it would be Snape. "None at all," Narcissa said. "I simply would have preferred to introduce them myself." Lucius waved this away. "The boys start Hogwarts next year. Severus will be their head of house. Best he knows what he's working with. Speaking of which," he set down his glass, "I want you to stop coddling Draco." "I don't. He came to me yesterday in tears because Hadrian beat him in their flying lesson. In tears, Narcissa. He's 10 years old. A Malfoy does not cry because someone else flies better. They're brothers. Brothers compete. They are not brothers." Lucius's voice went cold and precise. "Draco is my heir. Hadrian is a ward of this house. The distinction matters, and I want both of them to understand it." He stood and left the study. Narcissa sat in the lamplight, her hands still, and thought about the scar hidden under layers of magic on Hadrian's forehead. She needed to renew the glamour soon. Tomorrow, perhaps. She'd brush his hair back and press her wand to that jagged mark and feel the darkness in it push back against her. And Hadrian would sit patiently, because he'd been doing this since before he could remember, and had never thought to question why his mother needed to perform a monthly health charm on his forehead. He would question it eventually. He questioned everything. Morning at Malfoy Manor had a rhythm to it, precise as clockwork and roughly as warm. Breakfast was served at 7:30 in the smaller dining room, the one that only seated 12, and attendance was mandatory. Lucius sat at the head, Narcissa at the foot, and the 2 boys faced each other across the polished mahogany like generals across a battlefield, which on this particular July morning was more or less accurate. "You cheated," Draco said, not looking up from his eggs. Hadrian reached for the toast rack. "I really didn't. You used a summoning charm on the snitch. I saw your hand move." "My hand moved because I was catching the snitch, Draco. That's typically how catching works." You extend your hand and close it around. You're not funny. I'm a little funny. Draco's fork hit his plate with a clang. Father, he cheated. He always cheats. Nobody can fly like that without. Draco. Lucius didn't raise his voice. He never needed to. The single word dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water, and Draco went silent immediately. If your brother outflies you, the solution is to fly better, not to complain about it at breakfast. Hadrian didn't miss the way Draco flinched at the word brother. He also didn't miss that Lucius had used it deliberately, not out of affection but as a barb. See, the word said, even this boy who isn't my blood is performing better than you. Lucius had been doing this for as long as Hadrian could remember, playing them against each other with the casual precision of a chess master moving pawns. For a while, when they were young enough to be stupid about it, it had worked. They'd competed for every scrap of approval, every nod, every well done that Lucius dispensed like a miser spending gold. Hadrian had stopped caring about Lucius's approval somewhere around age 8. He couldn't pinpoint the exact moment, but it was somewhere between realizing that the approval was a leash and realizing that Lucius slightly feared him. That second realization had been delicious. Draco, though. Draco still cared. Draco would always care, and Hadrian couldn't decide if that made him sad for his brother or furious at his father. Both, probably. May I be excused? Hadrian asked. Narcissa looked up from her tea. You've barely eaten. I'm not hungry. I want to practice before it gets too hot. Practice what? Lucius asked. Dueling forms. Mother lent me the Rosier manuscript on offensive casting theory. Something passed across Lucius's face, that look again, the one that wasn't quite pride and wasn't quite fear. You're 10 years old, Hadrian. Offensive casting theory is Newt-level study. I know. The first 3 chapters were a bit basic, but it picks up after that. Silence. Draco was staring at his plate. Narcissa was watching Lucius. Lucius was watching Hadrian. You may be excused, Lucius said. Hadrian pushed back his chair and left the dining room, and he made it all the way to the corridor before he heard Draco's chair scrape back too, followed by quick footsteps. Wait! Hadrian stopped but didn't turn around. Draco caught up to him, slightly out of breath, and fell into step beside him. For a moment they walked in silence through the manor's east corridor, past portraits of dead Malfoys who watched them with painted eyes, and past windows that overlooked the grounds where peacocks strutted across the manicured lawn like feathered aristocrats. I don't actually think you cheated, Draco said finally, at flying. I know. Draco's jaw worked. You make it look easy. Everything flying magic, the reading. Father watches you like you're some kind of, I don't know, performing hippogriff. Weapon. Draco said the word quietly, and it landed differently than he probably intended. Hadrian slowed his pace. He watches you like you're something he could use, and he watches me like I'm something he has to fix, and I'm his actual son and you're... He stopped himself. Hadrian waited. You're adopted, Draco finished flatly. Some distant cousin nobody's ever met. And you're still his favorite. I'm not his favorite, Draco. He doesn't have a favorite. He has assets he's evaluating. That's a dark thing to say about your own father. Hadrian nearly corrected him. He's not my father, but caught himself. Because that was the thing, wasn't it? Lucius wasn't his father, not really, not in any way that mattered. But Hadrian didn't know who was. The story about the dead black cousin had always been thin, and he'd stopped believing it fully around the same age. He'd stopped believing in Father Christmas and started wondering why his mother pressed her wand to his forehead every month with that particular expression on her face, like she was holding something terrible together with both hands. I'm going to the practice room, Hadrian said. You coming? Draco hesitated. The practice room was where Hadrian went to push his magic, and pushing his magic looked like what most adults would call impossible. The last time Draco had watched, Hadrian had produced a corporeal patronus at age 9, a massive silver serpent that had coiled around the room before dissolving, and Draco had been quiet for 2 days afterward. Fine, Draco said, with the air of someone volunteering for punishment. The practice room was a reinforced chamber in the manor's basement. Originally a dueling salon from the days when Malfoys settled family disputes with wands rather than solicitors. The walls were lined with spell-absorbent stone, and the ceiling was high enough to accommodate most forms of combat magic without structural damage. Most forms. Hadrian had cracked it twice. He'd barely closed the door before his wand was out. Not a proper wand, he didn't have one yet, but a training wand Narcissa had given him. A simple willow affair with a unicorn hair core that frankly couldn't keep up with him. It buzzed and sparked when he pushed too much power through it, like trying to run a river through a garden hose. He didn't care. The wand was a focus, not a source. He'd figured that out years ago, during one of his accidental magic episodes, when he'd realized that the magic didn't come from the wand. It came from him. The wand just gave it shape. He started with basic forms. Shield Charm, the air in front of him solidified into a shimmering barrier that hummed with barely contained energy. Banishing Hex, a training dummy across the room slammed into the wall hard enough to leave a dent in spell-absorbent stone. Reductor Curse, another dummy exploded into powder. Draco sat on a bench near the door and watched with his arms crossed and his expression carefully neutral. "Show off," he said. Hadrian grinned. "Your turn." "I don't have mine." A training wand flew across the room and hovered in front of Draco's face. Hadrian hadn't spoken a word or moved his hand. "Show off," Draco said again, but he took the wand. They dueled. They'd been doing this since they were 8, ever since Hadrian had read about dueling forms in one of the manor's library books and pestered Draco into practicing with him. The early sessions had been roughly even. Draco was quick, creative, and had a vicious streak that served him well in combat. But over the past year, the gap had widened into a chasm. Hadrian's spells hit harder, flew faster, and showed a level of intuitive control that simply wasn't fair. Draco opened with a stinging hex, well-aimed, properly formed. Hadrian sidestepped it without breaking stride and sent back a knockback jinx that caught Draco in the chest and lifted him clean off his feet. He hit the back wall, slid down, and sat on the floor with his hair in his face and his dignity in tatters. "Again," Draco said, getting up. Hadrian waited. This was the part of his brother he respected most, not the whining at breakfast, not the desperate bids for Lucius's attention, but this. The getting up. Draco always got up. They went again. This time Draco lasted 2 exchanges before a disarming charm ripped the wand from his hand with enough force to spin him sideways. He hit the floor, rolled, and was on his feet again in seconds, bare-handed and furious. "You're pulling your spells," Draco said. "I'm not." "You are, I can tell. Hit me for real." Hadrian looked at his brother, flushed, disheveled, the Malfoy composure stripped away to reveal something rower and more honest underneath. "If I hit you for real, you'd be in the hospital wing at St. Mungo's. Then at least I'd know what it feels like." Hadrian lowered his wand. "Draco, I'm serious." Everyone tiptoes around it, mother, father, the house elves, but we all know. You're not normal. Your magic isn't normal. So stop treating me like I'm made of glass and show me what you can actually do. Hadrian considered this. Then he turned to face the row of training dummies along the far wall, 6 of them, each enchanted to withstand significant magical punishment. He breathed in. He breathed out. He let go of the tight control he kept wrapped around his magic like a fist, the restraint he'd learned to maintain after the 3rd time his accidental magic had broken something expensive. He pointed his wand at the dummies and said, very quietly, "Reducto." The spell that left his wand wasn't the controlled, focused bolt he'd been using. It was a wave, a wall of force that lit the room white and hit the dummies like a freight train. All 6 exploded. The spell-absorbent stone behind them cracked. A section of the ceiling fractured and rained dust. Silence. Draco stood very still, coated in fine powder, staring at the destroyed wall. "That," he said slowly, "is really unfair. You asked. I know, I'm regretting it now." Draco brushed dust from his shoulders. "You're going to be insufferable at Hogwarts, probably. And I'm going to spend 7 years being known as Hadrian Malfoy's brother. Also probably," Draco laughed. It was reluctant and a little wounded, but it was real. "We should go before the house elves find this mess and report to Father." They left the practice room together, shoulders nearly touching in the narrow corridor. It was the closest to peace they ever got, these moments after competition, when the dust settled and they were just two boys who'd grown up in the same cold, beautiful house, both trying to figure out where they fit. They didn't know it yet, but they were running out of time for these moments. In 2 days, the Hogwarts letters would arrive. In 3 weeks, they'd walk into Diagon Alley. And in the space of a single afternoon, everything would begin to change. The letters came at breakfast, as Hogwarts letters do, delivered by two handsome tawny owls that swept through the open window and dropped heavy parchment envelopes beside 2 plates of eggs and soldiers. Narcissa watched both boys tear open their letters with the same barely contained excitement, and felt the knot in her stomach that had been tightening for months pull one notch closer to unbearable. Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat, Dumbledore. Dumbledore, who had spent 10 years looking for Harry Potter. Dumbledore, who missed nothing. Dumbledore, who would be watching the incoming class of first years with those blue eyes that saw through walls and wards and carefully constructed lies. "I want the Nimbus 2000, Draco said immediately, scanning his equipment list. "Father said first years can't bring brooms, but first years can't bring brooms," Hadrian confirmed, reading his own letter with a faint smile. "We need robes, a cauldron, a set of scales, a telescope. I know what we need, I can read. Debatable, and a wand." Draco's eyes lit up. "We're getting our wands." Hadrian's hand tightened on the parchment. A wand. A real wand, not the training stick that fought him every time he cast. Something that could actually channel what he had inside him. The thought made something hum in his chest, a resonance, like a tuning fork struck against bone. "We'll go to Diagon Alley this week," Narcissa said, keeping her voice light. "Altogether, your father has business at Gringotts and we can make a day of it." "Can I get an owl?" Draco asked. "You have an owl. I want a better owl, an eagle owl like Goyle's." "You may choose an eagle owl. Hadrian, would you like a pet?" Hadrian looked up from his letter. "I'd like answers, actually." The table went quiet. Narcissa set down her teacup with careful precision. "Answers to what, darling?" "I did some reading in the library last week. Genealogical records, the Black family tree, the one in the tapestry room, but also the written registry. You told me I come from a branch that married into the crabs. I can't find them." Narcissa's heart rate didn't change. Her expression didn't flicker. 15 years of being a Malfoy and a lifetime of being a Black had given her a mask that the most skilled legilimens in Britain couldn't crack. "The records are incomplete. Many branches were lost in the war. The written registry is charmed to be self-updating. It records births and deaths automatically through the blood trace enchantment. If my parents were Blacks, they'd be in there. They're not." Lucius looked up from his own correspondence. His gaze moved between Narcissa and Hadrian with the sharp interest of a spectator at a particularly good chess match. "Perhaps," Narcissa said, "this is a conversation for another time." "You always say that, because it's always another time. You're 10 years old, Hadrian. Some things can wait until you're older. Name one thing I've ever been willing to wait for." Despite herself, despite the fear coiling in her stomach, Narcissa almost smiled. He was so much like her in some ways, the relentlessness, the refusal to accept a deflection. But there was something else in him too, something she recognized from a woman who'd lain dead on a nursery floor with defiance on her face. Lily Potter had never accepted easy answers either. "You'll get your answers," Narcissa said. "I promise, but not today. Today we plan for Hogwarts." Hadrian held her gaze for a long moment, and she saw in his gray-green eyes an intelligence that was already too sharp, already cutting through the edges of her carefully maintained fiction. He knew she was hiding something. He'd known for years. The only reason he hadn't pushed harder was because he loved her, and he understood, in the way that precocious children sometimes understand adult things, that whatever she was hiding frightened her. "Fine," he said, "but I'm not forgetting. I would never expect you to." Lucius went back to his correspondence. Draco went back to campaigning for an eagle owl. The morning continued, and Narcissa excused herself 15 minutes early, went to her private sitting room, closed the door, and stood with her forehead pressed against the cool glass of the window, breathing through the waves of a panic she would never allow anyone to see. He was asking questions. He was looking at genealogies. He was checking records. She had, at best, a year before he put it together on his own. Probably less. The boy was relentless when he wanted something, and what he wanted more than anything, more than wands and Hogwarts and beating Draco at every conceivable contest, was the truth. The truth would destroy everything. Or maybe, the truth would set them free. She could never quite decide which. Diagon Alley hit them like a wall of noise and color. Hadrian had been before, of course. The Malfoys were frequent visitors to Nocturne Alley's more exclusive establishments, and Diagon Alley was the respectable route in. But he'd never been as a future Hogwarts student, and the difference was everything. The street was packed with families doing their school shopping, children pressing their faces against broomsticks' window display, a queue stretching out of flourish and blots. Above it all, the crooked buildings leaned in like gossips sharing secrets, and magic sparked and fizzed in the air like static. Lucius led them through the crowd the way Lucius did everything, like the crowd should be grateful for his presence. His silver-topped cane clicked against the cobblestones, and people moved out of his way with the instinctive deference that old money and a faint air of menace commanded. "Gringotts first," Lucius said. "Then Madame Malkin's. Then Wands. Narcissa, keep the boys together." "I'm not 5, Hadrian muttered. "Then stop dawdling like you are." Gringotts was marble and columns and goblins who smiled like they knew exactly what was in your vault and had already calculated how to take it from you. The Malfoy vault was deep underground and obscenely well stocked, mountains of gold galleons, shelves of enchanted objects, and a section behind a secondary ward that Lucius never let them see. They filled their money bags and rode the cart back to the surface, Draco green-faced and Hadrian grinning because the speed and the dark and the plummeting drops reminded him of flying, and he loved flying more than almost anything. Madame Malkin's was efficient, 2 boys on 2 stools, 2 tape measures flying around them, and a short, fussy woman who knew the Malfoy name and treated them accordingly. Draco immediately started requesting custom modifications to his robes. Hadrian stood still and let the tape measure do its work and noticed, on a stool nearby, a round-faced boy with a toad in his pocket who looked approximately as comfortable as someone standing on hot coals. "First year?" Hadrian asked. The boy jumped. "What? Oh, yes, first year." "Me too, I mean obviously you too, Hadrian Malfoy." The boy's face did something complicated. The Malfoy name had that effect on people. Neville Longbottom. Longbottom. Hadrian knew the name. Pureblood family, old and respected. His grandmother was apparently terrifying. His parents were in St. Mungo's permanent spell damage ward, driven insane by Bellatrix Lestrange. Hadrian's aunt technically. He felt a twist of something uncomfortable. "Nervous about Hogwarts?" Hadrian asked, keeping his voice light. "Terrified, honestly. Gran thinks I might be nearly a squib. My magic came in really late, and sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this." "Because I asked, and your Gran's wrong. Late-blooming magic is often more powerful because it's been building pressure longer, like a sealed cauldron." Neville stared at him. "Really? Really? I read about it in Miriam Strout's developmental magical theory. You'll be fine." Draco, from his stool, shot Hadrian a look that said, "Why are you talking to this person?" as clearly as if he'd spoken. Hadrian ignored him. There was something about Neville Longbottom that he liked, an earnestness, an unpolished honesty that was the exact opposite of everything in Malfoy manner. "See you at school, Neville," Hadrian said, as Madame Malkin finished his fitting. They left the shop. Draco fell into step beside him. "Longbottom, really? He seemed nice. He seemed like a scared rabbit. Father says the Longbottoms have been declining for. Father says a lot of things. Not all of them are worth repeating." Draco's mouth snapped shut. They walked in silence to the last stop, the one that mattered most, Ollivander's. The shop was narrow, dusty, and quiet in a way that felt deliberate, as if the silence itself was listening. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked floor to ceiling on shelves that stretched back into shadows, and the whole place thrummed with a low, constant vibration that Hadrian felt in his teeth. "Ah." A soft voice came from between the shelves, and Mr. Ollivander materialized like a ghost in a 3-piece suit. "Malfoy, I was expecting you." His pale, luminous eyes moved between the 2 boys. Both of you. Draco went first. Ollivander studied him, measured him, and began pulling boxes from shelves with the air of a sommelier selecting wines. The third wand, Hawthorn, 10 inches, unicorn hair, shot green and silver sparks from its tip when Draco took it, and Ollivander nodded with professional satisfaction. Reasonably springy. Good for charms work. Yes, that will serve you well. Draco looked pleased. He stepped aside, admiring his wand, and Ollivander turned to Hadrian. The old wand-maker went still. It was a small thing, a fractional pause, a slight widening of those moon-pale eyes, but Hadrian caught it. Ollivander was staring at him with an expression that hovered between recognition and confusion, like a man hearing a familiar song played in the wrong key. "Curious," Ollivander murmured. "Curious. Give me your wand hand." Hadrian extended his right hand. The tape measure flew around him, shoulder to finger, wrist to elbow, knee to armpit, but Ollivander wasn't watching the measurements. He was watching Hadrian's face with an intensity that bordered on rude. "Let's try, yes." He disappeared into the shelves and returned with a box. "Elm, 12 inches, dragon heartstring. Give it a wave." Hadrian took it. The wand buzzed in his hand, resisting, then the tip exploded in a shower of sparks that scorched the ceiling. Ollivander snatched it back. "No, number too much power, it can't channel here. You 13.5 inches, phoenix feather. Worse." The wand shrieked when Hadrian touched it, an actual audible noise, and a shelf of boxes crashed to the floor. "Definitely not." Ollivander was looking less confused and more fascinated now. He pulled box after box, wand after wand. Maple, cherry, ash. Dragon heartstring, unicorn hair, phoenix feather. Each one rejected Hadrian in increasingly dramatic fashion. The shop was getting warmer. The air was thick with magic. After the 17th wand, Ollivander stopped. He stood among the debris of scattered boxes and spilled wands, breathing slightly fast, and looked at Hadrian with an expression that had shifted to something almost reverent. "I wonder," he said, half to himself. Could it be? He vanished into the very back of the shop. When he returned, he was carrying a single box with a careful, almost tender grip, the way you might carry something you loved and feared in equal measure. "Holly," he said. 11 inches, phoenix feather core. He opened the box. The wand inside was beautiful, elegant, warm-toned, simple. It looked nothing like the ornate, aristocratic wands the Malfoys typically favored. It looked like it belonged in a different story. Hadrian picked it up. The world went quiet. Not silent, it was more like the moment before a symphony begins, when every instrument is poised and the conductor's hand is raised and the entire hall holds its breath. Hadrian felt the wand's magic reach into him and find something that reached back, and the connection that formed was so immediate, so complete, that his vision blurred. Gold and red sparks erupted from the tip, not green and silver, not Slytherin colors, gold and red. They fountained upward, filling the small shop with warm light, and Hadrian felt something unlock inside him, some final door swinging open that he hadn't known was closed. He was breathing hard. His hand was trembling around the wand. "I thought so," Ollivander whispered. "Oh, I thought so." "What?" Hadrian's voice came out rough. "What did you think?" Ollivander's eyes were fixed on him. "That wand has a brother, Mr. Malfoy, just one. The phoenix who donated the feather in your wand gave one other, and only one. I remember every wand I have ever sold, and the brother of your wand," he paused, "did something terrible, something great, yes, but terrible." The shop was very quiet. "The brother of your wand," Ollivander said, "belonged to he who must not be named." Behind him, Hadrian heard Draco's sharp intake of breath. His own pulse was loud in his ears. Voldemort. The Dark Lord whose name wasn't spoken in Malfoy Manor, whose legacy haunted the house like a ghost at a banquet, whose mark was burned into his father's arm. "I think," Ollivander said slowly, studying Hadrian's face like a man reading a map to something he'd lost long ago, "that we can expect great things from you, Mr. Malfoy, great things." Hadrian slid the wand into his sleeve. It fit like it had been made for him. It had been made for him. "How much?" he asked. 7 galleons, Lucius paid. As they left the shop, Hadrian glanced back and saw Ollivander watching him through the dusty window with that expression still on his face, the one that said he knew something he wasn't telling. It was a look Hadrian was very familiar with. They walked back into the sunlight of Diagon Alley, and Hadrian felt the holly wand against his forearm, warm as a heartbeat. In 3 weeks, he'd be at Hogwarts. In 3 weeks, he'd be under the same roof as Albus Dumbledore, who missed nothing. In 3 weeks, the lie that Narcissa Malfoy had spent a decade building would start to crack. But Hadrian didn't know that yet. All he knew was that his wand was the brother of Voldemort's, and that his mother had gone very pale when Ollivander said it, and that somewhere underneath the glamour she renewed every month, something was burning on his forehead. He'd have his answers, one way or another. The summer light fell across the cobblestones, and 2 brothers walked side by side into the crowd. One platinum, one dark, both Malfoy, both weapons being sharpened for a war they didn't yet understand, and the old wandmaker watched them go with something like pity in his ancient eyes. The boy who vanished was going to Hogwarts. He just didn't know it yet. Chapter 2. Serpent Sorting. Platform 9 3/4 was controlled chaos wrapped in steam and sentiment. Families clustered along the platform like moss on stone, mothers adjusting collars and fathers checking trunks and younger siblings wailing about being left behind. The Hogwarts Express sat gleaming and scarlet against the gray London morning, belching white steam that curled through the crowd and softened everything into an impressionist painting. Owls hooted from cages stacked on trolleys. A cat escaped someone's basket and bolted under the train. A prefect with a badge the size of a saucer was shouting about boarding times and being universally ignored. The Malfoys arrived the way the Malfoys always arrived, like they owned the place and were mildly disappointed in the Dacre. Lucius stood apart from the common scrum, leaning on his cane with a handsome expression of faint distaste. Narcissa, immaculate in dove gray, kept one hand on Draco's shoulder and her eyes on Hadrian, who had already drifted 3 steps ahead, and was scanning the crowd with the focused attention of someone cataloging threats and opportunities in equal measure. "Remember what I told you," Lucius said, pitching his voice for both boys but looking at Draco. "Slytherin house. Anything else would be unacceptable, yes, father." Draco's voice was tight. I've mentioned because it matters. The Malfoy name carries weight at Hogwarts, particularly in Slytherin. Professor Snape is expecting both of you. Don't embarrass this family." "We won't," Draco said. Lucius's gaze shifted to Hadrian. "And you, whatever Ollivander told you about your wand, won't leave this family," Hadrian said. "I know. See that it doesn't. The last thing we need is rumors connecting a Malfoy ward to the Dark Lord's wand." Hadrian met Lucius's eyes steadily. There was something almost amusing about this man, so desperate to maintain appearances, so certain that control was the same thing as power. Hadrian had watched him for 10 years and learned exactly one useful lesson: never let anyone see your full hand. Of course, the lesson Lucius didn't realize he'd taught was the follow-up: have a hand worth hiding. Narcissa walked them to the train. At the door, she straightened Draco's collar and told him to eat properly and write every week, and Draco endured this with the stiff dignity of a boy who desperately wanted a hug but wouldn't ask for one in public. Then she turned to Hadrian. She took his face in both hands. Her thumbs brushed his cheekbones, the sharp, elegant bones that were partly her magic and partly his own genetics fighting through the glamour. "Be careful," she said, quiet enough that only he could hear. "I'm always careful. You're never careful, you're clever, which isn't the same thing." Her eyes searched his. "Dumbledore will be watching you. All the professors will. Don't give them reasons to look too closely." "Why would they look closely at me?" She hesitated. That hesitation, the fraction of a second where the mask slipped and something raw and terrified showed through, told Hadrian more than any answer she could have given. "Because you're exceptional," she said. "And exceptional draws attention. Just be a student, learn, don't shatter any walls," he grinned. "I only shattered one wall, and it was spell-absorbent stone. It was basically asking for it." Narcissa kissed his forehead. Her lips pressed against the spot where the scar was hidden, and Hadrian felt the familiar faint warmth of her glamour responding to her touch, reinforcing itself. "I love you," she said, "both of you. Remember that whatever happens." It was an odd thing to say, whatever happens, as if she expected something to happen, something specific and terrible, and was bracing for impact. Hadrian filed it away and boarded the train. The corridor was packed. Students jostled and pushed, dragging trunks and calling to friends, and the whole train had that particular energy of a new term: electric, chaotic, half terrified. Draco immediately found Crabbe and Goyle, the enormous sons of his father's associates, who had been trailing Draco since childhood like a pair of well-fed bulldogs. They commandeered a compartment near the front with the easy entitlement of boys who'd been told their entire lives that the best seats were their birthright. Hadrian walked past them. "Where are you going?" Draco called, looking for better company. "Charming." Hadrian kept walking. He wasn't trying to be cruel. Crabbe and Goyle's conversation typically ranged from food to Quidditch to food again, and the prospect of 5 hours of that was enough to make him consider jumping from the train. He moved through car after car, glancing into compartments, until he found one near the middle that held a single occupant. A girl with enormous brown hair and a book open on her lap that was, he noted with interest, not a school book. It was a history of magical theory by Adalbert Waffling, which was third-year supplementary reading at minimum. He slid the door open. "Mind if I sit?" The girl looked up. She had large front teeth and eager brown eyes and the slightly desperate expression of someone who had been sitting alone and trying not to mind. "Please, I mean yes, of course, I'm Hermione Granger." She stuck out her hand. "Hadrian Malfoy." He shook it, the name registered. He watched the micro-expressions chase across her face: recognition, wariness, curiosity. "Malfoy, I've read about your family. In Nature's Nobility, a wizarding genealogy." Light reading. "I wanted to understand the culture. I'm Muggle-born, so I've been trying to learn everything I can before term starts. I've already memorized all the textbooks, of course, but the social structures are harder to study because there isn't really a definitive, sorry, I'm rambling." "You're not. And you won't find the social structures in books. They're more like, imagine a chess game where nobody tells you the rules but everyone expects you to already know them." Hermione's expression shifted from nervous to intrigued. "That sounds awful." "It is. But if you learn the rules faster than everyone else, you can use them before they can use you. Here." He pulled a slim volume from his trunk. "This is better than the waffling for understanding how magical theory intersects with politics. Narcissa, my mother, gave it to me last year." Hermione took the book and turned it over carefully, reading the title. Her eyes widened. "This is restricted at flourish and blots. The Malfoy Library has a different definition of restricted." She looked at him with the kind of gratitude that went deeper than a Lent book, the gratitude of someone who'd expected to be dismissed and was being taken seriously instead. "Thank you. I'll take care of it." They talked. The countryside blurred past the windows, green and gray and gold, and they talked about magical theory and Hogwarts houses, and which subjects they were most looking forward to. And Hadrian found himself enjoying the conversation more than he'd enjoyed any conversation in recent memory. Hermione was whip-smart, not in the careful, calculated way of the pureblood children he'd grown up with, but in a breathless, unguarded way, her intelligence tumbling out of her like she couldn't contain it and had stopped trying. She reminded him of himself, actually. Minus the restraint. 20 minutes in, the compartment door slid open again. Neville Longbottom stood in the corridor, round-faced and anxious. "Sorry, I don't mean to bother you, but have you seen a toad? I've lost him again." "Oh." His face changed when he recognized Hadrian. "You're the boy from Madame Malkin's." "Hadrian, come in, Neville, and give me a description of the toad." "He's brown, warty, his name's Trevor." Hadrian drew his wand, holly 11 inches, warm against his palm, and said, "Accio Trevor." The summoning charm was fourth-year magic. He cast it without hesitation or particular effort, and from somewhere 3 cars down, a fat brown toad came zooming through the corridor, bouncing off walls and outraged students before sailing through the open door and landing with a wet plop in Neville's outstretched hands. Silence. Hermione was staring at him. "That's a fourth-year spell." "Is it?" "You know it is, don't pretend you don't." Hadrian smiled. He liked her already. "Sit down, Neville." "Hermione, this is Neville Longbottom." "Neville Hermione Granger." Neville sat. Trevor croaked. And just like that, without planning it or engineering it, Hadrian had done what he'd always done best, gathered people to him. Not through manipulation, Draco would have called it that, Lucius certainly would have, but through the simple, devastating strategy of seeing people clearly and treating them like they mattered. The train rolled on. They bought pumpkin pasties from the trolley. Hermione quizzed Hadrian on spellwork theory until he turned the tables and quizzed her right back, and they discovered they were roughly matched in theoretical knowledge, though Hadrian's practical ability was in another league entirely. Neville listened, contributing quiet observations about herbology that revealed a depth of knowledge neither of them had expected. It was, Hadrian realized, the first time he'd had friends who hadn't been pre-selected by his family's social circle. An hour from Hogwarts, Draco appeared. He leaned in the doorway, Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like misshapen bookends, and surveyed the compartment with an expression that managed to combine disdain and hurt in roughly equal measures. "So this is where you've been." His eyes moved to Hermione. "Granger, Muggle-born," Hermione's chin came up. "Yes." "And Longbottom, the boy with the toad." Draco's lip curled in a way that was pure Lucius. "Interesting company you're keeping, brother." "I thought so," Hadrian said easily. "Father would be." "Father isn't here." Hadrian's voice didn't change in volume or tone, but something in it shifted, a weight, a gravity, and Draco stopped mid-sentence. "Was there something you wanted, Draco?" The compartment was very quiet. Crabbe and Goyle shifted uncomfortably. Draco's jaw worked, and for a moment Hadrian saw the struggle playing out behind his brother's eyes. The urge to escalate, to assert dominance, to play the role Lucius had scripted for him, versus the part of Draco that was 11 years old and lonely and wished Hadrian had sat with him. "Just checking on you," Draco said finally, the sneer dropping away to reveal something more complicated. "We'll be there soon. You should change into your robes." He left. Crabbe and Goyle trailed after him. Hermione let out a breath. "Your brother seems, he's a lot of things, most of them aren't his fault." Hadrian watched the empty doorway for a moment, then shook it off. "She's right, though, robes." The train was slowing. Through the windows, Hadrian caught his first glimpse of Hogwarts, a distant scatter of lights on a hill, towers and turrets silhouetted against the darkening sky like something out of a painting. His chest tightened, and his wand warmed against his forearm, and for one vertiginous moment he felt like he was coming home to a place he'd never been. Strange. They piled off the train into the cold Scottish evening, and a voice boomed over the crowd. Fur's years over here." The man attached to the voice was the largest human being Hadrian had ever seen. Twice the height of a normal man, at least 3 times as wide, with a beard like a bramble bush and hands like dinner plates. Hagrid. Hadrian recognized him from the photographs in modern magical history, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. The same Hagrid who, according to the accounts Hadrian had read, had been sent to collect Harry Potter from the ruins of Godley's Hollow 11 years ago, and had found nothing. Hadrian looked at the enormous man and felt absolutely nothing. No recognition, no connection. Whatever had happened in that ruined cottage, he'd been too young to remember. Hagrid was just a very large stranger with kind eyes and terrible fashion sense. The boats were charming in a slightly terrifying way, tiny, self-propelling, gliding across a black lake that was probably full of things that would eat you. Hadrian shared his boat with Hermione, Neville, and a red-headed boy who introduced himself as Ron Weasley and seemed deeply suspicious of Hadrian's surname. "Malfoy," Ron said, as if Hadrian had introduced himself as something contagious. "My dad says." "I can imagine what your dad says. I'm not my father." Ron blinked, recalibrated, and seemed to decide this was acceptable. "Fair enough. Is it true your family has albino peacocks?" "It's true, and it's absurd." Ron grinned. He was gangly, freckled, and had a spot of chocolate on his nose. Hadrian liked him immediately. The boats rounded a bend, and Hogwarts rose before them. Even Hadrian, raised in a manor house that could comfortably host a small nation, felt his breath catch. The castle was enormous, ancient, alive with light. Every window blazed, and the towers climbed into the sky like arguments reaching for a conclusion. and the whole thing was reflected in the black mirror of the lake below so that it looked like there were two Hogwarts, one reaching up and one reaching down into the dark. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. Nobody disagreed. They climbed stone steps. They passed through enormous doors. They were met by Professor McGonagall, who was exactly as intimidating as she looked. Tall, severe, Scottish, and radiating the energy of someone who had never in her life tolerated nonsense and wasn't about to start. She led them into a small chamber off the Great Hall and gave them a speech about the 4 houses that Hadrian already knew by heart and didn't listen to. He was too busy feeling something else, a presence, ancient and vast, pressing against his awareness like a hand on his shoulder. Hogwarts itself. The castle's magic was immense, layered over centuries like geological strata, and it was aware of him. He could feel it the same way he felt his wand, a resonance, a recognition. The castle knew him. Or at least it knew something in him. The doors to the Great Hall opened, and 200 faces turned to watch them enter. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, and above them the ceiling showed a sky full of stars, real stars or enchanted ones so perfect they might as well be real. Candles floated in midair by the thousand. At the high table, professors sat in a row, and in the center, a very old man with silver hair and half-moon spectacles watched the incoming students with an expression of warm, grandfatherly benevolence. Albus Dumbledore. Hadrian felt the headmaster's gaze touch him and move on, casual as a searchlight sweeping a landscape. But he'd felt the weight of it, the intelligence, the calculation behind the kindly smile. Narcissa had warned him. Dumbledore will be watching. Good. Let him watch. McGonagall placed a battered hat on a stool, and the hat opened a rip near its brim and began to sing. The song was about the 4 houses and their qualities: bravery, ambition, wisdom, loyalty, and it was delivered in a surprisingly decent baritone. The students applauded politely. The hat took a bow. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. Names were called. Students approached the stool. The hat was placed on their heads, and after varying lengths of deliberation, shouted a house. Abbot Hannah went to Hufflepuff. Bones Susan the same. Boot Terry to Ravenclaw. Brown Lavender to Gryffindor. Granger Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool, her nervousness expressed as velocity. The hat sat on her head for nearly a minute, an eternity by sorting standards, and Hadrian watched her lips moving, arguing with it, and suppressed a smile. Gryffindor. Hermione bounded to the Gryffindor table, beaming. Hadrian caught her eye and nodded, and she nodded back, flushed with relief. More names. Longbottom Neville, another long deliberation, the boy pale as milk on the stool, and then Gryffindor. And Neville nearly fell off the stool getting to his table, still wearing the hat, and had to run back to return it to laughter and applause. Malfoy Draco. Draco walked to the stool with the practiced stride of someone who had been rehearsing this moment. The hat barely touched his head, less than 2 seconds before it bellowed Slytherin. And Draco strode to the Slytherin table with visible relief, settling between Crabbe and Goyle like a king returning to his throne. More names, more sortings. And then Malfoy Hadrian. The Great Hall went noticeably quieter. 2 Malfoys in 1 year was unusual enough to draw attention, and the whispers had already been circulating. The adopted one, the ward, did you hear what he did on the train, 4th-year magic, 11 years old? Hadrian walked to the stool. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head, and the brim dropped over his eyes, and the Great Hall vanished into darkness. A voice filled his mind. Not his own, older stranger, threaded with centuries of accumulated wisdom and what might have been amusement. Well, 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 what do we have here? Hadrian thought. The sorting hat, I presume. Full marks for deduction. And you are, oh my. The hat went silent for a long moment. Hadrian felt it pressing against his mind, not aggressively, but thoroughly, like fingers turning pages. Oh, this is extraordinary. Do you know what you are, boy? I'm a first-year student waiting to be sorted. You're considerably more than that. The magic in you, I've felt this signature before. Once. 15 years ago, I sorted a woman with hair like fire and a mind like a diamond, and she had this same warmth at her core, but yours is, it's been shaped, hasn't it? Compressed, focused by discipline. Someone taught you to control this. Hadrian said nothing. His heart was beating very fast, and there's something else. The hat's voice dropped to something almost reverent, something dark, in your scar. Oh yes, I can see past the glamour. Magic doesn't fool me, boy. I see the soul, and yours has a shadow on it that doesn't belong to you. Do you know what that is? No, I suppose you wouldn't. Interesting. Very interesting. Well then, where to put you? The courage is obvious. It's in your bones, your real bones under the borrowed ones. Gryffindor would suit you. It suited you. The hat stopped. A ripple of something, surprise, realization, a sharp intake of whatever served as breath for a sentient hat passed through Hadrian's mind. Oh, the hat whispered. Oh, I see. You don't know, do you? They never told you. Hadrian's fingers gripped the edges of the stool. Told me what? Long silence. The hat seemed to be wrestling with itself. It is not my place to reveal what has been hidden, but I will tell you this. You are not who you think you are. The truth is closer than you imagine, and when you find it, and you will find it, remember that a name is just a sound. What matters is what you choose. Sort me, Hadrian thought, and there was an edge to it, not anger, not quite, but a cold determination that the hat seemed to recognize and respect. Yes, the question. Gryffindor would claim you by birthright. Ravenclaw would cherish that mind. Hufflepuff, no, you'd burn through loyalty like a flame through paper, not from cruelty but from restlessness. But Slytherin, the hat paused. Slytherin is where you've been shaped. It's in your speech, your strategy, your instinct to assess before you act. And there is ambition in you, not the petty kind, not the Malfoy kind, but something grander. You want to be great on your own terms, and you won't let anyone else define those terms for you. Am I wrong? You're not wrong. Slytherin would give you the tools to survive what's coming. And something is coming, boy. That shadow on your soul is not dormant, it's waiting. Then sort me where I'll be strongest. The hat laughed, a warm, dry sound like old paper rustling. Strongest. You'll be strong anywhere. But where you'll be most dangerous. The brim lifted from Hadrian's eyes. The great hall swam back into focus. Hundreds of faces, thousands of candles, and at the high table, Dumbledore leaning forward with an expression that was no longer casual. Slytherin, the hat bellowed. The Slytherin table erupted. Draco was on his feet, applauding with genuine enthusiasm. Whatever their rivalry, he'd wanted Hadrian in his house, and the relief on his face was naked and real. Hadrian walked to the table and sat beside his brother, and Draco clapped him on the shoulder. And for a moment the tension between them dissolved into something that might have been brotherhood. But Hadrian wasn't looking at Draco. He was looking at the high table, where a man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose was staring at him with an expression that made his blood run cold. Professor Snape. The man's dark eyes were locked on Hadrian's face with an intensity that went beyond professional interest, beyond suspicion, into something Hadrian couldn't identify. It was like watching someone see a ghost. Snape's already pale face had gone the color of old parchment, and his hand, resting on the table beside his goblet, was trembling. Next to Snape, a man in a ridiculous purple turban was also watching Hadrian. Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Hadrian recognized him from the staff listing in Hogwarts. A history. Quirrell's attention should have been unremarkable, but the instant their eyes met, Hadrian's forehead exploded with pain. He didn't flinch. 10 years of hiding a scar had taught him to absorb pain without showing it, to convert agony into stillness. The pain seared across his forehead like a brand, hot and wrong and familiar in a way he couldn't explain, and behind it he felt something, a whisper, a reaching, something trying to touch him through the wound. He breathed through it. The pain subsided to a dull throb. Quirrell looked away, adjusting his turban with nervous fingers. Hadrian filed this alongside everything else. The wand, the hat's cryptic warnings, the scar's reaction. Pieces of a puzzle he'd been assembling his whole life without knowing what the picture was supposed to be. "You were on that stool for 4 minutes," Draco murmured, leaning close. "What was the hat saying to you?" "It told me I have nice hair." "Liar. It's a private conversation, Draco." Draco studied him for a moment, then shrugged and turned to Goyle to argue about Quidditch. Hadrian helped himself to roast chicken and potatoes and tried to look like a normal 11-year-old excited about his first feast. and if his hand occasionally rose to press against the hidden pain in his forehead, the movement was subtle enough that no one noticed. Almost no one. At the high table, Dumbledore's gaze rested on Hadrian Malfoy for a long, considering moment before moving on, and Severus Snape hadn't touched his food at all. The Slytherin common room was underwater. That was the first thing Hadrian noticed. The windows looked out into the lake, and the light that filtered through was green and shifting, casting wavering patterns across the stone walls and leather furniture. It was beautiful in a cold way, like the inside of an emerald or the bottom of the sea. Fish drifted past the glass. Occasionally, something larger moved in the deeper dark, a tentacle, a shadow, the suggestion of enormous eyes. The prefect who led them down was a fifth-year named Gemma Farley, and she delivered the welcome speech with the brisk efficiency of someone who'd given it before and wanted to get to bed. Slytherin House values ambition, cunning, and resourcefulness. We look out for our own. What happens in the common room stays in the common room. Professor Snape is our head of house, and he will always take your side against the other houses. Don't give him reason not to. Boys' dormitories on the left, girls on the right. Curfew is at 10. Don't test me on that. The first-year boys' dormitory was a long stone room with 6 four-poster beds draped in green silk. Hadrian's trunk was already at the foot of one. Draco had the bed next to him, then Crabbe, Goyle, Blaise Zabini, and Theodore Nott. Zabini was interesting, dark-skinned, watchful, with a languid grace and an air of knowing more than he said. Nott was slight and quiet, with sharp features and the guarded manner of a boy who'd learned young to be careful. Both were pureblood. Both were sizing up the room the way Slytherins did, mapping alliances, identifying threats, calculating where the power was. The power was obviously Hadrian. Everyone knew it. The train incident had spread through the first years with the speed that only school gossip achieves. The adopted Malfoy who could cast fourth-year spells wandlessly. The boy the hat had taken 4 minutes to sort Draco's mysterious brother. Zabini was the first to make a move. While the others were unpacking, he perched on the edge of his bed, crossed one long leg over the other, and said, in a voice like silk, "So, Malfoy the Second. Is it true you dueled your brother at home and put a hole in the wall?" Hadrian was hanging up his robes. The wall was spell-absorbent stone. It was supposed to be indestructible. Was. I updated its status. Zabini's lips curved. Not you owe me a galleon. I told you he wasn't boring. Nott rolled his eyes but was also smiling very slightly in that careful way of his. It's one spell. Anyone can get lucky once. Hadrian turned, drew his wand, and cast 3 spells in rapid succession without speaking a word. Nott's trunk flew open. His robes sailed out, folded themselves in midair with crisp precision, and hung themselves in his wardrobe. The trunk closed. The wardrobe doors shut. Silence. "I don't get lucky," Hadrian said. "I practice." The room was very quiet. Then Zabini laughed, a real laugh, not the careful social variety, and even Nott's careful expression cracked into something approaching respect. Draco, from his bed, watched with an expression Hadrian knew well. Pride and resentment blended so thoroughly they were indistinguishable. "Well," Zabini said, "this year's going to be interesting." They settled in. Candles dimmed. The lake pressed against the windows, green and deep and cold, and Hadrian lay in his four-poster and stared at the canopy and thought about what the Sorting Hat had told him. You are not who you think you are. He'd known that, on some level, for years. The gaps in his story, the missing genealogy, the monthly glamour, the power that didn't match any branch of the Black family tree. He'd known something was wrong the way you know a painting is hanging crooked. Not through analysis, but through a persistent, nagging sense that the angles don't add up. But the hat had said something else. The truth is closer than you imagine. Closer. Meaning the answer wasn't buried in some distant archive or hidden behind ancient wards. It was here. At Hogwarts, maybe. In the way Snape had looked at him. In the way Dumbledore had leaned forward. In the way his scar had burned when he'd locked eyes with a man in a purple turban. He turned onto his side. Through the green-tinted window, something massive moved in the lake, the giant squid probably making its nightly rounds. His wand sat on the bedside table, Hollywood gleaming faintly in the underwater light, the brother of Voldemort's wand. He fell asleep with his hand on it, and his dreams were full of green light and a woman's scream. The first week of classes established two things. Hadrian Malfoy was the most talented student Hogwarts had seen in a generation, and he had absolutely no intention of being modest about it. It started in charms. Professor Flitwick, a tiny, enthusiastic man who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, asked the class to attempt the levitation charm. This was supposed to be the subject of their first several weeks. Hadrian had it cast before Flitwick finished explaining the wand movement. Wingardium Leviosa. His feather didn't just float. It rocketed to the ceiling, hung there vibrating with contained energy, then performed a slow, controlled descent to land precisely in the center of his desk. Not a wobble, not a flicker. Flitwick's squeak of delight was audible 3 classrooms away. Extraordinary, 10 points to Slytherin. Mr. Malfoy, have you practiced this before? A bit, Hadrian said, which was like saying the ocean was a bit wet. In Transfiguration, McGonagall asked them to turn a match into a needle. Hadrian turned his into a needle on the first try, perfect, silver, sharp enough to draw blood. Then, because the class still had 40 minutes left and he was bored, he transfigured the needle into a small silver snake that slithered across his desk before he turned it back into a match. McGonagall stared at him over her spectacles. That is considerably beyond the scope of this lesson, Mr. Malfoy. I finished the lesson. I thought I'd practice ahead. 5 points to Slytherin for the needle, and please refrain from creating live animals without supervision. Hermione, sitting 2 rows over in the Gryffindor section, caught his eye and mouthed show-off. He mouthed back jealous and she stuck out her tongue, and the entire exchange was so unslytherin that Theodore Nott, watching from behind, nearly choked on his own spit. History of magic was a dead loss, taught by a ghost who apparently hadn't noticed he died and delivered lectures with all the dynamism of a weather report read underwater. Hadrian spent the period reading ahead in his defense against the dark arts textbook and trying to ignore the fact that his scar was throbbing again, as it had been intermittently since the sorting feast. Herbology was Neville's domain, and watching the round-faced boy come alive among the plants was like watching a different person. The stuttering, apologetic Neville vanished, replaced by someone confident and sure-handed who spoke about venomous tentaculas and devil's snare with quiet authority. Hadrian made a point of deferring to Neville's knowledge publicly, not as charity but as genuine recognition, and the look of gratitude and disbelief on Neville's face was worth more than any house points. Then came potions. The dungeon classroom was cold, dark, and smelled of formaldehyde and old grievances. The Slytherins and Gryffindors filed in and took their seats, and the room fell silent when Professor Snape swept through the door like a very irritable bat. He did not do introductions. He did not welcome them. He stood at the front of the room, robes billowing despite the absence of any discernible wind, and surveyed them with eyes like chips of obsidian. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he said, in a voice barely above a whisper. "There will be no foolish wand-waving in this class. I can teach you to brew glory, bottle fame, and even put a stopper in death if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." His gaze swept the room and landed on Hadrian like a searchlight finding its target. Mr. Malfoy, the younger. Hadrian met his eyes. "Professor. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Standard trap question. First-year students wouldn't be expected to know this. Snape was testing him or trying to humiliate him. Either way, the answer was the same. "The draught of living death," Hadrian said. "A sleeping potion so powerful it's classified as a restricted substance by the ministry. The key to brewing it correctly is to add a clockwise stir after every 7th counterclockwise turn, which isn't in the standard textbook but is noted in Libadius Borrage's Advanced Potion Making, page 412. Total silence. Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes, something raw and complicated. "And where, Mr. Malfoy, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat." Although the potency varies by breed, Mountain goats produce the most effective bezoars due to their diverse mineral diet, sir. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There is none. They're the same plant, also known as aconite, useful in the wolfsbane potion, which is, Hadrian paused, considering how far to push, which is a relatively recent innovation, developed by Damocles Belby in 1987, and represents one of the most significant humanitarian advances in modern potions, though I imagine its reception among certain pureblood families was less than enthusiastic, given that it benefits werewolves. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Snape's eyes narrowed. 5 points to Slytherin, he said, biting off each word, for knowing the material, and 5 points from Slytherin for editorializing. A net score of 0. Draco at the desk behind Hadrian let out a small, frustrated noise, but Hadrian wasn't looking at his brother. He was looking at Snape, and Snape was looking at him, and there was something happening between them, a recognition that neither could name, that crackled in the air like ozone before a storm. Snape saw something in Hadrian's face. Hadrian was certain of it, the same way Ollivander had seen something, the same way the Sorting Hat had sensed something. Whatever glamour his mother had woven into his blood, it wasn't perfect. Pieces of the truth were bleeding through, and the people who knew what to look for were starting to look. The rest of the potion's lesson passed in tense productivity. Hadrian brewed a perfect cure for boils, textbook perfect, crystal clear, while Snape stalked the room like a predatory bird and found fault with everyone except, conspicuously, Draco. When class ended, Hadrian packed his supplies and was nearly out the door when Snape's voice stopped him. "Mr. Malfoy, a word." The other students filed out. Draco lingered until Hadrian gave him a look that said go, and then it was just the two of them in the cold dungeon, facing each other across a room that smelled of vinegar and bad intentions. Snape stared at him for a long time. His dark eyes moved across Hadrian's face like fingers searching for something in the dark. "Your mother," Snape said. "Narcissa. She tells me you come from a minor branch of the Black family." "That's the story." Something flickered across Snape's face. "The story." An interesting choice of words. "I'm an interesting person, Professor, so I'm beginning to understand." Snape moved closer. His robes whispered against the stone floor. "Have an unusual aptitude for magic, Mr. Malfoy. Unusual even by the standards of this school, which has educated some of the most powerful witches and wizards in history." "Thank you." It was not a compliment, it was an observation. Power of your magnitude does not spring from minor branches of declining families. It has a source. I intend to identify that source. And if I don't want to be identified, you are 11 years old. What you want is largely irrelevant. Hadrian smiled. It was not the smile of an 11-year-old. It was the smile of someone who had grown up in Malfoy Manor, surrounded by dangerous people playing dangerous games, and had learned to play better than all of them. "With respect, Professor, I've been identifying what I want and getting it since I was 3 years old. If you want to investigate my background, go ahead. You won't be the first, but you should know that my mother is very protective of her secrets and she's considerably more frightening than she looks." Snape's jaw tightened. "You may go." Hadrian left the dungeon and walked through the corridors with his pulse elevated and his mind racing. Snape was suspicious. Snape was looking. And Snape, according to every account Hadrian had read, was a former Death Eater turned spy who had loved a woman named Lily Evans before she became Lily Potter and died. Died the same night Harry Potter vanished. Something was connecting. The lines were drawing together in the back of Hadrian's mind, a pattern emerging from the noise, but the final piece, the keystone that would make it all make sense, was still missing. He'd find it. He always did. The weeks that followed established a rhythm. Classes during the day, studying in the library in the evenings, often with Hermione, which drew sneers from the Slytherin purists and open hostility from some Gryffindors who didn't understand why their cleverest first year was fraternizing with a snake. Hadrian didn't care about house politics. He cared about knowledge, and Hermione was the only person at Hogwarts who could keep up with him intellectually. Draco cared about house politics enormously. "You can't keep doing this," Draco said one evening in the common room, keeping his voice low so the older students wouldn't hear. Sitting with Gryffindors at meals, studying with a Muggle-born in the library, people are talking. People are always talking, that's what people do. The seventh years are calling you a blood traitor. The seventh years can call me whatever they want. When I can outcast every single one of them, which I can, and they know it, their opinions become somewhat academic. Draco made a frustrated noise. It's not about who can cast what, it's about loyalty. House loyalty. Father is not here, Draco. You keep invoking him like a summoning spell, but he's in Wiltshire and we're in Scotland, and for the first time in our lives, we get to make our own choices. You should try it. It's liberating. My choices align with my family's values. Your choices align with Lucius's expectations, which is a different thing entirely. Hadrian closed the book he'd been reading and looked at his brother. You're better than the act you put on. You know that, right? The sneering, the comments about blood status, that's his voice coming out of your mouth. When's the last time you said something that was actually yours? Draco went pale. For a moment his composure cracked completely, the 11-year-old boy underneath the pureblood air surfacing like something gasping for air, and Hadrian saw hurt so deep it was almost physical. That's easy for you to say, Draco whispered. You don't need him. You've never needed anyone. Your magic, your talent, it all comes from you. Mine comes from the Malfoy name, and if I don't honor it, I've got nothing. Hadrian opened his mouth to respond, to argue, to reassure, but Draco was already on his feet and walking to the dormitory, his shoulders rigid, his fists clenched at his sides. Hadrian watched him go and felt the familiar ache, the complicated knot of love and frustration and guilt that defined his relationship with his brother. They'd been forged in the same fire but had come out different metals, and the distance between them was growing every day. He went back to his book. It was Notable Magical Names of Our Time, and he'd been reading it because the chapter on the Potter family had caught his eye. The Potters had been an old pureblood family, not as old as the Blacks or the Malfoys, but respected, wealthy, magically powerful. James Potter had been, by all accounts, brilliantly talented. Lily Potter had been the brightest witch of her age, and their son had vanished. Hadrian stared at the page. The book included a photograph of James and Lily Potter at their wedding, he in black robes, grinning broadly, she in white, laughing, her red hair catching the light. They looked happy. They looked alive in the way that people in photographs are only alive when the photographer has caught something real. Green eyes. Lily Potter had green eyes. Hadrian touched his own eye, pressing gently against the eyelid, and wondered what color his eyes would be if his mother's glamour were stripped away. He slammed the book shut and put it back on the shelf. Not yet. He wasn't ready for that thought yet. Defense against the dark arts was a disaster, and not in the way Hadrian expected. Quirrell was a joke, stammering, flinching at shadows, wrapping himself in garlic and that ridiculous purple turban. The man taught like someone who had never actually encountered a dark creature and had learned everything from books he'd only half read. The other students found him pathetic. Hadrian found him suspicious, because his scar burned every time he was in the same room as Quirrell. Not all the time, not consistently, but in flashes, like catching a signal on a bad radio. He'd be sitting in class, bored out of his mind while Quirrell stuttered through a lecture on red caps, and suddenly the scar would flare and he'd feel something, a presence, a consciousness, pushing against the glamour from the inside, trying to reach through. The first few times he dismissed it as headaches. By the third week he knew better. The scar was reacting to Quirrell specifically. It burned when the man got close, and it burned harder when Quirrell looked at him, and there was something wrong about the back of Quirrell's turban, a wrongness that Hadrian couldn't quite articulate but felt in his bones. He said nothing about this to anyone. This was a piece of his puzzle, and he'd solve it himself. But he started watching Quirrell with the same focused attention he'd once reserved for dueling practice, and what he saw didn't add up. A man terrified of his own subject. A defense professor who flinched at loud noises. Either Quirrell was genuinely incompetent, in which case Dumbledore was a fool for hiring him, or Quirrell was acting, hiding behind a mask of cowardice the same way Hadrian hid behind a glamour. Masks recognized masks. That was one thing Malfoy Manor had taught him. On the last Friday of September, Hadrian stayed after defense class. The other students filed out, Draco giving him a questioning look that he ignored, and he approached Quirrell's desk. "Professor." Quirrell looked up and his stammer intensified. "Why, yes, Mr. M. Malfoy, can I help you?" Hadrian's scar was burning steadily now. He breathed through it. "I wanted to ask about the practical component of the curriculum. The textbook covers theoretical identification of dark creatures, but I noticed there's no scheduled practical work until third year. That seems like a significant gap. First years aren't really ready. With respect, Professor, I think readiness should be assessed individually. Some students enter Hogwarts with significant practical experience." He paused. "I'd like to request additional practical sessions. Private tuition, perhaps." Quirrell's stuttering stopped. For just a moment, a fraction of a second, the mask dropped, and the man underneath looked at Hadrian with an intelligence and intensity that had nothing to do with the bumbling professor persona. Then the mask was back and Quirrell was blinking and wringing his hands and saying something about talking to Professor Dumbledore about special arrangements. But Hadrian had seen it. The real Quirrell, the one hiding behind the turban and the stammer. His scar was screaming now, a high, thin note of pain that sang through his skull. He smiled politely, thanked the professor, and left. In the corridor, he leaned against the cool stone wall and pressed his hand to his forehead. Under the glamour, the scar was pulsing. Under the pulsing, something was moving, something dark and alive and desperately interested in him. "Malfoy," he turned. Hermione was standing at the end of the corridor, her bag over her shoulder, watching him with concern. "Are you all right? You look pale." "I'm always pale, Malfoy complexion. You're paler than usual and you're pressing your forehead, which you do when you think no one's watching. Is it a headache?" He lowered his hand. "You're very observant, and you're very evasive. Those aren't compliments from either of us." He laughed genuinely, helplessly, because she was right and he was tired of being evasive. "Walk with me." They walked, through corridors and past staircases that moved on their own, Hogwarts rearranging itself around them like a living thing, and eventually out into the courtyard, where the September air was cool and smelled of grass and coming rain. "Something's wrong with Quirrell," Hadrian said. "He's a terrible teacher, that's what's wrong with him." "No, something else. He's pretending to be weak, but he's not. And there's something under that turban that shouldn't be there." Hermione stopped walking. "How do you know?" "I can feel it." He hesitated. This was the closest he'd come to telling anyone about the scar, about the pain, about the presence that pressed against it when Quirrell was near. "I have a sensitivity to dark magic, family legacy. When I'm near Quirrell, it reacts." Hermione studied him with those sharp brown eyes. He could see her deciding whether to push, weighing her curiosity against her respect for his privacy. "If something's wrong with a professor," she said carefully, "we should tell Dumbledore." "And say what?" "Professor, I have an unspecified dark magic detector and it goes off near your defense teacher. Dumbledore already knows about Quirrell. He hired the man." "Then what do? We watch, we learn, and we stay alert." He resumed walking. "There's something else, the third-floor corridor. It's forbidden," Dumbledore said. "Dumbledore said we'd die a painful death if we went there, which is either a genuine warning or a test, possibly both. I've been doing some reading about Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist. What does he have to do with? I don't know yet, but the three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor on the third floor isn't there for decoration." Hermione stopped again. "The what?" "Three-headed dog, Cerberus variant. I found the corridor 2 weeks ago." "You went to the forbidden, Hadrian. That's exactly what Dumbledore said not to." "Dumbledore said a lot of things. I find actions more informative than words. The dog is guarding something, the something is connected to Flamel, and Quirrell is interested in whatever it is. I can tell because his stammer disappears when he's on the third floor. I followed him." "You followed a professor?" Hermione's voice was equal parts horrified and fascinated. "Slytherin," he said, pointing to his tie. "It's what we do." They stood in the courtyard as the first drops of rain began to fall, and Hermione looked at him with an expression he'd seen before, in Narcissa's eyes and Draco's. the expression of someone who recognized that Hadrian Malfoy was a force that couldn't be contained, only directed, and who was trying to decide whether to run from the storm or run into it. "Fine," she said, "but we're doing research first. If you're going to charge into something dangerous, I want us to at least know what we're charging into." "Deal." She held out her hand, he shook it, and in that moment, rain beginning to patter against the courtyard stones, the castle rising around them like a gray and ancient guardian, something clicked into place. Not a clue, not a puzzle piece, but something simpler and more important, an alliance. A real one, not the transactional alliances of Slytherin, not the obligatory bonds of family, but a friendship built on mutual respect and the shared conviction that knowledge was power and they intended to have both. They went inside. The rain came down harder, and somewhere on the third floor, a three-headed dog stood guard over a trapdoor, and beneath the trapdoor something waited. Hadrian's scar throbbed. He ignored it. He had work to do. October arrived wet and cold and brought with it the incident that changed everything, or at least, changed the way the school looked at Hadrian Malfoy. It happened on a Thursday. Defense against the dark arts, last period. Quirrell was droning about vampires in his usual excruciating fashion, and Hadrian was dividing his attention between the man's stammer, listening for the gaps, the moments when the mask slipped, and a passage in magic most evil that he'd smuggled in under his desk, the section on soul magic, which he'd been reading with increasing unease ever since the Sorting Hat mentioned a shadow on his soul. The lesson ended. Students stood, packed their bags, shuffled toward the door. Hadrian was last to leave. As usual, he preferred to let the crowd thin before navigating the corridors, and he was 3 steps past Quirrell's desk when the pain hit. Not the usual burn. This was a spike, a white-hot lance through his forehead that dropped him to his knees. His vision went red, then black, and in the blackness he saw something, an image, sharp and vivid as a memory but not his own. A dark room, a mirror. A face that was and wasn't Quirrell's, something attached to the back of Quirrell's head, noseless and terrible, with red eyes that burned like coals. "Find me the stone." The voice was a whisper and a scream simultaneously. It scraped through Hadrian's mind like a razor, and his magic reacted before his conscious mind could engage, a shockwave of raw power that blasted outward from him like a bomb detonating. Desks flew, books scattered, the windows cracked. Quirrell staggered backward and hit the blackboard hard enough to crack it. Then it was over. Hadrian was on his knees on the stone floor, breathing hard, his wand in his hand though he didn't remember drawing it. The classroom was wrecked, and Quirrell was pressed against the blackboard, staring at him with unconcealed terror, not the stuttering professor's terror, real terror, deep, primal, knowledgeable terror, the fear of a man who had just seen something he recognized and wasn't prepared for. "Sorry," Hadrian said, getting to his feet. His voice was steady despite the fact that his heart was hammering and his forehead felt like it had been branded. "Headache. I'll see Madame Pomfrey." He walked out. Behind him, he heard Quirrell slide down the blackboard and sit on the floor. The corridor was empty. Hadrian walked 20 paces, turned a corner, and stopped. He leaned against the wall and pressed both hands to his face and tried to process what he'd just seen. A face on the back of Quirrell's head. Red eyes. A voice commanding, "Find me the stone." The philosopher's stone. Nicholas Flamel. The thing under the trapdoor. And the face, the terrible, parasitic face attached to Quirrell like a second head. Hadrian knew what that was. He'd grown up in a house full of Death Eaters' whispered stories and Lucius's careful half-truths. He knew the descriptions, the legends, the fear that still clung to a name no one would speak. Voldemort. The Dark Lord was on the back of Quirrell's head, alive or something like alive, and he was at Hogwarts and he wanted the stone. Hadrian's scar was still burning. But underneath the burn, something else was happening. A channel had opened, brief but vivid, and through it he'd seen through Voldemort's eyes. Not Quirrell's, Voldemort's, the shadow on his soul, the Sorting Hat's warning, the brother wand. The connections were forming faster now, the pattern resolving from blur to clarity, and Hadrian stood in the empty corridor and felt the ground shift beneath his understanding of the world. He didn't go to Madame Pomfrey. He went to the library. He had research to do on Horcruxes, on soul magic, on what happened when a Dark Lord tried to kill a baby and failed. The answers were coming, whether he was ready for them or not. That night in the common room, Draco found him, not to argue for once. Draco sat down across from him at the table where Hadrian was surrounded by books and parchment and burning candles, and he just sat there for a while, watching his brother work until Hadrian looked up. "I heard about what happened in Quirrell's class," Draco said. "You blew out the windows. I'll pay for them." "That's not," Draco leaned forward. "Are you all right?" The question was genuine. No angle, no competition, no Lucius lurking behind the words. Just a boy asking his brother if he was okay. Hadrian set down his quill. "I don't know. You always know everything. It's insufferable. Then enjoy this rare moment of uncertainty." Draco almost smiled. Then his expression grew serious again. "The older students are saying you released more raw magic than most adult wizards can produce. Accidental or not, that's people are talking, Hadrian, and not just students. I saw Snape watching you at dinner with that look he gets." "What look?" "The one like he's trying to solve an equation and the answer keeps changing." Draco paused. "And Dumbledore, he was watching you too." "Everyone watches me. I'm captivating. I'm serious. Something's happening. I can feel it. You're different this year, more intense, more. It's like you're looking for something and you're getting close to finding it. And honestly, it's scaring me." Hadrian studied his brother. Draco's face was open in a way it rarely was, the pureblood mask lowered, the sneer absent, the Lucius impression shelved. This was the Draco who existed underneath. Loyal, frightened, desperate to connect with the one person in his life who'd never had to earn his respect because he'd always had it. "If I found something out," Hadrian said slowly, "something big, something that changed everything, would you want to know?" Draco didn't hesitate. "Yes. Even if it was dangerous. Especially then." Hadrian nodded. He reached across the table and gripped Draco's forearm, the old pureblood gesture of trust, the one that meant we're in this together. "Then stay close," Hadrian said, "because I think things are about to get very complicated." Draco gripped back. His fingers were cold, but his grip was firm. "I always stay close," he said, "even when you make it impossible." They sat like that for a moment, brothers in the green underwater light of the Slytherin common room, and the castle settled around them like an old dog finding its sleeping position. And somewhere on the third floor, something ancient and invaluable waited behind a three-headed dog and a series of enchantments. And somewhere on the back of a professor's head, a dark lord schemed and starved and stared out through borrowed eyes at a school full of children, one of whom carried a piece of his soul behind a glamour on his forehead. The game was in motion. Hadrian picked up his quill and went back to work. Chapter 3. Blood and Stone. The troll smelled like a sewer had eaten something dead, and then been sick. Hadrian registered this in the half-second between rounding the corner and processing the scene in front of him. 12 feet of gray-green stupidity lumbering down the first-floor corridor, dragging a club the size of a small tree behind it, leaving a trail of destruction, shattered suits of armor, cracked flagstones, a painting of a shepherdess screaming as she fled from frame to frame. The Halloween feast had been interrupted 10 minutes ago by Quirrell bursting into the great hall, screaming about a troll in the dungeons, before fainting in a heap that Hadrian had immediately identified as theatrical. Dumbledore had ordered prefects to escort students back to their common rooms, and the entire school had devolved into organized panic. Hadrian had gone the other way, not toward the dungeons, toward the first-floor girls' bathroom, where Hermione had been crying all afternoon because Ron Weasley had said something tactless about her having no friends, which was both cruel and inaccurate. She didn't know about the troll. She was alone, and the troll, as it turned out, was not in the dungeons at all. It was right here, and it was heading for the bathroom door, and Hadrian could hear Hermione's voice from inside, humming to herself, oblivious. He didn't think. He acted. Bombarda. The blasting curse hit the troll in the right kneecap. The creature bellowed. A sound like a foghorn played through a broken amplifier, and its leg buckled. It swung around, tiny eyes searching for the source of the pain, and found an 11-year-old boy standing in the corridor with a holly wand pointed at its face and absolutely no intention of moving. The troll charged. It was fast for something that size, deceptively fast, all momentum and mass, the club swinging in a wide arc that would have turned a grown man into paste. Hadrian sidestepped it the way he sidestepped Draco's hexes in their practice duels. Economically, precisely, already casting before his feet finished moving. Confringo, the blasting curse, a real one this time, not the student-level bombarda but the restricted combat variant he'd learned from the Rosier manuscript, hit the troll's club and detonated it. Splinters of wood filled the corridor like shrapnel. The troll stared at its empty hand with bovine confusion. Hadrian pressed the advantage. Depulso. The banishing charm should have shoved the troll backward. Instead, powered by Hadrian's magic, it launched the creature off its feet entirely. 12 feet of mountain troll flew backward through the air, hit the far wall, and crashed through it in an explosion of stone and plaster. The troll landed in what appeared to be an unused classroom, demolishing 3 desks and a bookshelf before coming to rest in a heap of rubble. It didn't get up. The bathroom door flew open. Hermione stood in the doorway, wand out, face blotchy from crying, and stared at the troll-shaped hole in the wall. "What troll?" Hadrian said. He wasn't even breathing hard. "Loose in the castle. Are you hurt?" "I know. What did you? Is it dead?" "Unconscious, probably. I hit it fairly hard." "You hit a mountain troll fairly hard." Hermione's voice was climbing octaves. "You're 11. You just knocked out a fully grown mountain troll. To be fair, they're not known for their resilience. Heavy but fragile skulls, it's in Fantastic Beasts." Hermione was staring at him with an expression that combined awe, terror, and the particular indignation of someone who had just been rescued and wasn't sure how she felt about it. Then she did something he didn't expect. She walked forward, grabbed his arm, and checked him for injuries. Her hands were shaking. "You could have been killed," she said. "I really couldn't have." "That's not the point. You came looking for me. You left the feast and came looking for me because you knew I was here alone. You're my friend. That's what friends do." She looked at him. Her eyes were red from crying and wide from shock, and the gratitude in them was so raw it was almost painful to see. "Nobody's ever," she stopped, started again. "Thank you. You're welcome. Now can we leave before the professors find this and I have to explain why I used restricted combat magic on a school night? They didn't make it." Footsteps were already thundering down the corridor, multiple sets, moving fast, and within seconds McGonagall rounded the corner at a run, followed by Snape and Quirrell. All 3 skidded to a halt at the sight of the unconscious troll, the destroyed wall, and 2 first-year students standing amid the rubble looking remarkably composed. McGonagall went white. "What in the name of Professor?" Hadrian said. "The troll wasn't in the dungeons. It was here heading for the girls' bathroom. Miss Granger was inside. I dealt with it." "You dealt with it?" McGonagall looked at the troll. She looked at the hole in the wall. She looked back at Hadrian. "Mr. Malfoy, that creature weighs over a ton." "Yes, ma'am. It flew quite well, all things considered." Snape's gaze was fixed on Hadrian with that expression, the solving an equation look Draco had described. His eyes dropped to Hadrian's wand, still out, still humming faintly with residual energy. "Which spells did you use?" Snape asked. "Bombarda for the knee, Confringo for the club, Depulso for the toss." "Confringo is a 6th-year combat spell." "Is it? I found it in a manuscript at home." Snape's jaw tightened. Behind him, Quirrell was staring at Hadrian too, but where Snape's stare was analytical, Quirrell's had that other quality, the one that made Hadrian's scar throb. The turban-wearing professor's hands were wringing, and his stammer was in full effect as he babbled something about never having seen such a thing. But his eyes, his real eyes, the ones behind the act, were calculating. Hadrian met Quirrell's gaze and held it, and for just a moment he let his own mask drop. Not the glamour that held firm, but the pretense of being a normal student, a clever boy who happened to be good at magic. He let Quirrell see the thing that lived behind his eyes, the cold, sharp, dangerous intelligence that had been honed by 10 years in Malfoy Manor, and a lifetime of being something more than anyone around him understood. Quirrell looked away first. 20 points to Slytherin," McGonagall said, sounding like the words were being extracted by force. "For sheer dumb luck and an outstanding defense of a fellow student. Now both of you back to your common rooms immediately." They went. In the corridor, walking fast, Hermione reached over and squeezed Hadrian's hand once quickly and then let go. So, she said, the troll wasn't in the dungeons. Number, which means someone lied about where it was or moved it. Yes, Quirrell. Almost certainly. The question is why. Hadrian paused at the junction where their paths diverged, Gryffindor Tower up, Slytherin dungeons down. He wanted the school distracted. Everyone herded back to their common rooms, the corridors empty. Why would you want empty corridors? To go somewhere you're not supposed to be. The third floor. They looked at each other. The torches flickered on the stone walls, and from somewhere distant, they could hear the sounds of the school resettling after the disruption, footsteps, voices, the creak of staircases rearranging themselves. He's going after the stone, Hermione said. Whatever Flamel made, whatever's under that trapdoor, Quirrell wants it. Not Quirrell, something else, something using Quirrell. Hadrian thought about the face he'd seen in his vision, noseless, red-eyed, parasitic. I need to tell you something. Not here, not now, tomorrow in the library. There's something going on that's bigger than a troll in a trapdoor. Hermione nodded. Tomorrow, she went up. He went down. In the Slytherin common room, the story of the troll was already spreading. Blaise Zabini had gotten it from a painting on the second floor who'd witnessed the whole thing, and by the time Hadrian walked through the door, a dozen faces turned to him with expressions ranging from admiration to fear. Draco was on his feet. Is it true you knocked out a mountain troll? I knocked it through a wall. There's a difference. Merlin. Draco ran a hand through his hair. Father's going to hear about this. I'm sure he will. He's going to be furious. When isn't he? Draco laughed, then caught himself, then laughed again anyway. The common room was buzzing. A Slytherin first year taking down a troll single-handedly was the kind of story that built reputations. And in Slytherin, reputation was everything. Even the seventh years who'd been calling Hadrian a blood traitor were looking at him with something that had shifted from contempt to cautious respect. Hadrian sat in his usual chair by the underwater window and opened a book and pretended to read while his mind worked on the real problem. Voldemort was at Hogwarts. Voldemort was possessing Quirrell. Voldemort wanted the Philosopher's Stone, which made the stone the elixir of life, and the elixir was what you needed if you were a disembodied Dark Lord trying to claw your way back to a body. And Hadrian's scar, the scar his mother glamored every month, the scar the Sorting Hat had seen through, the scar that burned when Voldemort was near, was the link between them. A channel, a connection, a piece of Voldemort's soul. He'd read enough about Horcruxes in the Manor's restricted library to recognize the symptoms, the resonance with the Brother Wand, the visions through Voldemort's eyes, the dark presence the Hat had sensed, attached to his soul but not part of it. The books were vague. Horcruxes were the most forbidden branch of dark magic, and detailed information was almost impossible to find, but the pattern was unmistakable. Voldemort had made a Horcrux, and somehow, on the night he tried to kill a baby in Godly's Hollow, a piece of his soul had lodged in that baby's scar. The baby everyone thought was dead, Harry Potter. Hadrian stared at the page of his book without seeing it, and for the first time in his life, the boy who feared nothing felt the cold edge of something that wasn't quite fear but lived in the same neighborhood. He pushed it away. Fear was a luxury he couldn't afford. He picked up his quill and started making a list. November came in like a gray tide, washing color from the grounds and turning the lake to pewter. The trees in the Forbidden Forest shed their leaves in massive drifts that the groundskeeper, Hagrid, the enormous man, raked into piles that immediately blew apart. The castle settled into its winter rhythm, fires in every hearth, students in every corridor, and the particular kind of institutional warmth that comes from stone walls doing their best against Scottish weather. Hadrian used the weeks after the troll to do three things. First, he researched the Philosopher's Stone. This was relatively straightforward. Nicholas Flamel wasn't exactly a secret, and the library had enough references to the 600-year-old alchemist and his creation that Hadrian could piece together what was hidden under the third floor. The stone could produce the elixir of life, granting functional immortality. Flamel had apparently agreed to have it stored at Hogwarts for safekeeping, which meant someone knew it was in danger. which meant Dumbledore, at minimum, knew that Voldemort or someone working for him wanted it. Second, he watched Quirrell. Not constantly, that would have been obvious, but enough to map the man's patterns. Quirrell made excursions to the third-floor corridor approximately once a week, always late at night, always when the staff patrols were thinnest. He hadn't gotten past the three-headed dog yet. Hadrian could tell because Quirrell kept coming back, which meant the protections were holding. But the attempts were getting more frequent, more desperate. Interestingly, Snape was also watching Quirrell. Hadrian spotted the potion's master following Quirrell twice in the same week, and on one occasion caught Snape coming back from the third floor with a limp. The three-headed dog had gotten a taste of him. Snape was suspicious of Quirrell. Snape was trying to stop whatever Quirrell was planning, which made Snape, against all appearances, one of the good guys, or at least on the same side as Dumbledore. Hadrian filed this away with interest. Third, and this was the most dangerous thing, he started testing the glamour on his scar. He did it alone in the room of requirement, which he discovered in the second week of October by pacing past a stretch of blank wall on the 7th floor while desperately needing a private place to practice. The room had obliged with a space that was part training room, part library, part sanctuary, responding to his needs with an almost eager intelligence that reminded him of the way Hogwarts had recognized him on his first night. Alone in the room of requirement, Hadrian stood before a mirror and carefully, methodically unpicked the edges of his mother's glamour. It was painstaking work. Narcissa's spell was woven deep, anchored in blood magic, layered over years, integrated with his own magical signature until it was almost indistinguishable from his natural appearance. But almost wasn't entirely, and Hadrian had inherited his mother's precision, his real mother's intelligence, whoever she was, and his adopted mother's technique, and he knew what he was looking for. The scar came first. He peeled back the concealment layer by layer, like removing bandages from a wound, and watched in the mirror as the lightning bolt emerged on his forehead. It was vivid, angry red against his pale skin, jagged and deliberate, not a random injury but a mark, a brand. It pulsed with its own dark energy, and when it was fully exposed, Hadrian felt the constant low-level hum of Quirrell-related pain sharpen into something clearer, more focused, a signal without static. He stared at the scar in the mirror and felt history pressing against him like a physical weight. Then he went deeper. The features were harder to strip. His mother had been thorough. The sharpened jawline, the aristocratic cheekbones, the silver sheen in his hair were all woven into the base glamour, and removing them individually was like pulling threads from a tapestry. But he pulled carefully and watched his reflection shift. His jaw softened. His cheekbones rounded. His hair lost its silver and became pure black, messy, untamable, sticking up in every direction with a stubborn vitality that no amount of sleekezies would have tamed. He looked like a different person. He looked like he stopped at the eyes. His fingers hovered over the final layer, the gray that covered the green, and he couldn't do it. Not yet, because he already knew, had known since the moment he'd seen Lily Potter's photograph in that library book, what color his eyes would be when the gray was stripped away. He stared at his half-unmasked reflection, a boy with black messy hair and a lightning bolt scar and gray-green eyes that were fighting to be fully green. Harry Potter stared back. The room was very quiet. Outside, the castle went about its business, students laughing, ghosts drifting, magic humming through ancient stone, and inside a boy stood before a mirror and understood, with a certainty that went deeper than logic, that his entire life was a lie. He replaced the glamour. Layer by layer, thread by thread, he rewove his mother's spell until Hadrian Malfoy looked back at him from the glass, sharp-featured, gray-eyed, perfectly composed. The scar vanished last, sinking beneath the concealment like a stone beneath water. He stood there for a long time. Then he picked up his wand and left the room of requirement, and walked through the corridors of Hogwarts with his spine straight and his expression betraying nothing, and no one who saw him would have guessed that the world had just rearranged itself inside his head. He didn't cry. He didn't rage. Those reactions would come later in the privacy of the room of requirement, in the small hours when the castle slept, a grief so sharp it felt physical, for parents he'd never known and a life he'd been stolen from. But not now. Now he walked and he thought and he planned. He was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy who vanished. And Narcissa Malfoy, the woman he loved, the woman who'd raised him, the woman who'd kissed his hidden scar every month for 10 years, had taken him from the rubble of his parents' home and buried him alive under someone else's name. The question was, what was he going to do about it? He didn't confront her. Not yet. This surprised him. The anger was there, a deep volcanic pressure that he could feel building in his chest like magic before a detonation. But the Slytherin in him was stronger than the anger. Confrontation without preparation was just emotion, and emotion without strategy was just noise. He needed more information. He needed to understand the full scope of the lie before he started tearing it apart. So he did what he did best. He watched, he learned, and he waited. He watched Snape with new eyes. The man's obsessive attention suddenly made sense. Snape had known Lily Potter, had loved her possibly. And Hadrian's eyes, even filtered through Narcissa's glamour, still carried something of that green. Snape wasn't just suspicious. Snape was haunted. Every time he looked at Hadrian, he was seeing a ghost he couldn't quite identify. He watched Dumbledore. The headmaster had barely interacted with him directly, a nod in the corridors, a comment about his charm's work at the staff table, nothing overt. But Hadrian now understood the weight of those blue eyes. Dumbledore had spent 10 years looking for Harry Potter. And here Hadrian was, under a glamour in the man's own school, and Dumbledore hadn't found him. Or had he? The thought was uncomfortable. Dumbledore was supposed to be the most powerful wizard alive. Was it possible that he knew, that he'd always known and had chosen not to act? And if so, why? He watched Quirrell. The man's attempts on the third-floor corridor were getting bolder. The desperation of his parasite was bleeding through, making him sloppy. Hadrian tracked his movements with cold precision, building a mental map of the protections, the timing, the vulnerabilities. And he kept going to classes, kept earning top marks, kept building his reputation as the most gifted student Hogwarts had seen in decades. Because whatever was coming, whatever confrontation waited at the end of this year, he intended to be ready for it. It was Hermione who noticed the change. They were in the library 2 weeks before Christmas, surrounded by books and parchment and the comfortable silence of shared study. Neville was across the table, quietly potting a miniature Flutterby bush in a teacup while reading about its care requirements. Hermione closed her book and looked at Hadrian. "You found something." He didn't look up. "What makes you say that?" "You've been different since Halloween. Quieter. More focused. Which is saying something because you were already the most focused person I've ever met. And you've been looking at your reflection in windows and mirrors with an expression I can't read, which is unusual because I can usually read you. Maybe I'm just admiring my reflection." "Hadrian." He set down his quill. Neville looked up from his Flutterby bush, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Hadrian considered them both. Two people who had no reason to care about him except that they did, who'd chosen friendship with a Malfoy despite every social pressure telling them not to, who'd earned his trust in the simple, unremarkable way that trust is actually earned, by showing up day after day and being exactly who they were. "I can't tell you everything," he said. "Not yet. What I can tell you is that the situation with Quirrell and the stone is more dangerous than I initially thought, and it's connected to something personal, something about my family." Neville's round face was serious. "Your family as in Malfoy, or your family as in before, the family I came from?" "The dead black cousin?" Hermione asked. "There is no dead black cousin, there never was." Silence. The library breathed around them, the rustle of pages, the creak of shelves, the distant murmur of other students. Madame Pince glared at them from her desk as a matter of principle. "Okay," Hermione said slowly. "So your origin story is a fabrication. I don't know the full truth yet, but I know enough to know that everything I've been told is a lie." He held up a hand before either of them could respond. "I'm handling it. What I need from you isn't sympathy, it's help. The stone, Quirrell, whatever's going to happen before this year ends, I need people I trust at my back. You have us, Neville said, simply, without hesitation. The boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts terrified of his own shadow had, over the course of 3 months, developed a quiet steadiness that surprised everyone except Hadrian, who'd seen it coming since Madame Malkin's. Same, Hermione said. Obviously, Hadrian nodded. Something loosened in his chest, not the anger that was still there, burning steady and controlled, but the isolation. The loneliness of knowing something enormous and having no one to share it with. All right, he said. Here's what I know about the protections on the 3rd floor. They planned. The Flutterby bush bloomed in its teacup, filling the air with the scent of something sweet and slightly sad, and 3 first-years bent their heads together over a rough map of the forbidden corridor and talked about 3-headed dogs and logic puzzles and the most dangerous wizard who had ever lived. 3 days before the Christmas holidays, Hadrian's glamour flickered. It happened in potions. Snape had assigned them a forgetfulness potion, which was fiddly work requiring precise temperature control, and Hadrian was concentrating on his cauldron when a sharp pain lanced through his scar. Quirrell was nearby, probably in the corridor outside, and the pain destabilized his focus, which destabilized his magic, which destabilized the glamour. Just for a second. A fraction of a second. A heartbeat's worth of time in which the layers slipped and his real face showed through. But a fraction of a second was enough. Snape was standing right beside him. The potion's master had been making his rounds, peering into cauldrons with his customary contempt, and he was looking directly at Hadrian when it happened. He saw the features shift, the jaw soften, the hair darken, the faintest flash of green through the gray of the eyes, and he saw the scar. Just a ghost of it, a shadow under the skin, but unmistakable in its shape. Lightning bolt. Snape's hand shot out and gripped the edge of Hadrian's desk. His knuckles went white. His face went whiter. Class dismissed, he said. Nobody moved. They were 20 minutes from the end of the lesson. I said dismissed. Snape's voice cracked like a whip. Get out, all of you. Now. Students scrambled. Cauldrons were abandoned, bags grabbed. The room emptying in seconds with the urgent haste of people fleeing a Snape in full fury. Draco shot Hadrian a worried look as he left. Hadrian gave a tiny shake of his head. Go, the door closed. They were alone. Snape stared at him. The man was shaking, actually, visibly trembling, and his dark eyes were wide and fixed on Hadrian's face with an intensity that bordered on violence. Remove it, Snape said. Remove what? Don't play games with me, boy. The glamour, remove it, now. Hadrian considered his options. Denial was pointless. Snape had seen what he'd seen. Flight was undignified and unnecessary. That left truth or deflection, and Hadrian was tired of deflection. If I do, he said, this conversation changes permanently. You understand that? I understand more than you know. Remove the glamour. Hadrian drew his wand. He hesitated one last moment on the edge, the last second of his life as Hadrian Malfoy, uncomplicated, and then he traced the countersigil his mother used during her monthly renewal. The layers of glamour peeled away like shed skin. Snape made a sound. Not a word, something more primal than language, ripped from somewhere deep. He staggered back a step, knocking a tray of potion ingredients from his desk, and stared at the boy standing in front of him. Black messy hair, green eyes, lightning bolt scar blazing on his forehead like a fresh wound. Harry Potter looked back at him with a Slytherin's composure and a dead woman's eyes. How long have you known? Snape whispered. About a month. How long have you suspected? Since the first potions class. Your eyes, even through the glamour. Snape's voice broke. He turned away sharply, facing the blackboard, one hand pressed to his mouth. His shoulders were rigid. Hadrian waited. He wasn't sure what reaction he'd expected. Interrogation, fury, demands for explanation. Not this. Not a man coming apart at the seams in a cold dungeon, undone by a pair of green eyes. She had your eyes, Snape said, still facing away. Lily, your mother, she had exactly your eyes. I know. You know. Snape turned back. His expression had shifted, the raw vulnerability replaced by something harder, colder, more controlled. The spy's face. The mask of a man who had survived Voldemort and Dumbledore and the space between them. You know who you are, and you're still wearing a Slytherin tie and answering to the Malfoy name. The Malfoy name is what I have. Would you prefer I announce myself in the Great Hall? Attention, everyone, slight mix-up, turns out I'm the missing Potter heir. That would go well. Don't be flippant. Then don't ask stupid questions, Professor. I'm in a house full of Death Eater's children in a school where Voldemort is possessing a teacher with a piece of the Dark Lord's soul embedded in my forehead. Anonymity isn't vanity, it's survival. Snape's face changed again. A piece of the how do you know about that? I read, I observe, I put patterns together. The scar, the connection to Quirrell, the brother wand, it's a Horcrux, isn't it? Voldemort made me a Horcrux when he tried to kill me. The silence that followed was the loudest Hadrian had ever heard. That is, Snape seemed to be choosing words from a very limited selection. That is a conclusion that has taken Albus Dumbledore the better part of a decade to reach. You are 11 years old. I'm a well-read 11-year-old. Snape crossed the room in 3 strides and sat heavily in his desk chair. He looked old suddenly, not the ageless, forbidding professor, but a tired man carrying too many secrets. Narcissa, he said. Narcissa took you that night. Yes. And Lucius knows. Lucius knows I'm an adopted black family orphan. He doesn't know the rest. At least I don't think he does. With Lucius, certainty is difficult. And Narcissa has maintained the glamour for 10 years. Monthly renewals. Blood magic anchor from the black family tradition. Snape pressed his fingers to his temples. I should have seen it. Merlin helped me, I should have seen it years ago. The power, the timing, the way she guarded you, you did see it. You just couldn't make yourself believe it. Because believing it meant that the child I swore to protect, the child I failed, was alive, under my nose, in my house. His voice dropped. In the house of the man whose master killed his parents. Hadrian said nothing. This wasn't a moment that needed words. Snape looked at him. Really looked, with the glamour down and the pretense stripped away, and Hadrian let him look. Let him see Lily's eyes and James's hair and the scar that connected a boy to a monster. You can't tell Dumbledore, Hadrian said. I most certainly. Not yet, Hadrian leaned forward. Think, Professor, the moment Dumbledore knows I become Harry Potter again, I become the symbol, the savior, the boy who lived. I lose every advantage that anonymity gives me. Voldemort is here in this castle, and right now he doesn't know who I am. That ignorance is the most powerful weapon I have. Snape's eyes narrowed. You sound like your mother. Which one? The question hung in the air. Snape flinched. Both, he said quietly. You sound like both of them. He was silent for a long moment. I will keep your secret for now, against my better judgment, and on the condition that you come to me directly, immediately, if anything changes with the scar or with Quirrell. Agreed. And you will restore the glamour before you leave this room. Hadrian raised his wand and rewove the spell. Layer by layer, Hadrian Malfoy reconstructed himself in the dungeon's cold light, the sharp features, the gray-green eyes, the concealed scar. When it was done, he looked exactly as he had 20 minutes ago, but nothing was the same. One more thing, Hadrian said, pausing at the door. The Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell is getting closer. Whatever protections Dumbledore has put in place, they won't hold forever. The protections are Dumbledore's concern. And Voldemort is mine, whether I like it or not. He opened the door. Happy Christmas, Professor. He left Snape sitting alone in the potions classroom, staring at the place where Harry Potter had been standing, and looking for all the world like a man who had just seen a ghost come to life. The Christmas holidays emptied Hogwarts like water from a cracked glass. Most students went home. The castle's population shrank to a skeleton crew of staff and a handful of students with nowhere better to be. Draco went back to the manor. Hermione went to her parents. Neville went to his grandmother's. Hadrian stayed. He told Narcissa he wanted to use the library over the break. It was a thin excuse. The manor's library was better stocked, but Narcissa didn't argue. He suspected she was relieved. Having him at Hogwarts meant she didn't have to maintain the glamour personally, didn't have to sit across from him at meals and wonder how much longer the lie would hold. She didn't know it had already broken. The castle over Christmas was beautiful and eerie, vast empty corridors draped in holly and frost, suits of armor that sang carols slightly off-key, snow falling past the windows in thick curtains of white. Hadrian had the Slytherin dormitory to himself, and the library almost entirely so. He spent his days researching and his evenings in the room of requirement, pushing his magic harder than he'd ever pushed it, testing limits he'd always held in place. Without the need to maintain appearances, without Draco to worry about, without teachers to calibrate for, he let himself go. The results were staggering. His Patronus, which had always been a serpent, stabilized into something more definite, a massive silver stag that filled the room of requirement with white light and radiated a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. He cast it 4 times to be sure. A stag, not a snake. He didn't know what his father's Patronus had been, but he suspected he'd just found out. He practiced combat magic until the room's training dummies couldn't keep up, and it had to generate stronger ones. He worked through shield variations, not just Protego, but the layered combat shields from the Rosier manuscript, shields that could absorb and redirect incoming spells instead of merely blocking them. He practiced apparition theory, which was 6th-year material and technically required a license, and managed 3 short-range blinks within the room before the castle's wards pushed back. He was getting stronger, not gradually, exponentially, as if removing the glamour had loosened something else, some deeper restraint, and his magic was flooding into the space like water through a broken dam. The holly wand sang in his hand, and for the first time he understood why Ollivander had called it brother to Voldemort's wand. They were matched, in power, in potential, in the raw force of what they could channel. The difference was choice, what you aimed the power at and why. Hadrian chose to aim it at the training dummies, and then at the reinforced walls, and then at the limits of what he thought was possible, and each time he pushed through. Not because he was reckless, because he was preparing. Voldemort was coming for the stone. The confrontation was inevitable, and when it came, Hadrian intended to be the most dangerous thing in the room. On Christmas morning, he found presents at the foot of his bed. Narcissa had sent an antique silver watch with the Black family crest. Draco had sent a box of expensive chocolates with a note that said, "Don't eat them all at once. I know you will anyway." Hermione had sent a book on advanced magical theory with her own annotations in the margins. Neville had sent a potted plant that Hadrian couldn't identify, but that hummed pleasantly when he touched it. And there was one more, a package wrapped in plain brown paper with no card, no note, no identifying marks. Hadrian unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a cloak shimmering silvery fluid as water. He held it up and his hand vanished. An invisibility cloak. He checked the wrapping again. Nothing. No sender, no message. But the cloak was old, ancient, possibly, and it radiated a quiet, steady magic that felt different from anything he'd encountered. Not dark, not light, something else. Something that existed before those categories were invented. He put it on and disappeared. In the mirror across the dormitory, empty green bed hangings reflected back at him. No body, no face, just absence. Someone had given Harry Potter his father's invisibility cloak. Hadrian knew who. Only one person at Hogwarts could have had this, could have known to send it, could have chosen this particular Christmas to return it. Dumbledore knew. Maybe not everything. Maybe not the Malfoy connection, the glamour, the specific details. But Dumbledore knew that Hadrian was more than he appeared. The old man had been watching all term, probing gently, waiting with the patience of someone who had played very long games before. The cloak was a message. I know what you are. I'm giving you the tools to be it. Or it was a test. Let's see what you do with this. Hadrian folded the cloak carefully and placed it in his trunk. Then he went to breakfast, where the Christmas feast was laid out for the handful of remaining students and staff, and he sat at the Slytherin table and ate roast potatoes and pulled a cracker with a Hufflepuff second year and pretended that the world was normal. At the high table, Dumbledore caught his eye and raised his goblet in a small toast. Hadrian raised his in return. The game continued. The Mirror of Erised found him on a Tuesday. Or he found it. He'd been exploring the castle under the invisibility cloak, learning its secrets, mapping its hidden passages, testing whether the cloak could fool the more sophisticated detection wards, when he stumbled into an unused classroom on the 4th floor and found a mirror. It was enormous, floor-to-ceiling, gold-framed, ornate. An inscription ran along the top, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi, backwards. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Hadrian stood before it and looked. At first he saw himself, Hadrian Malfoy, sharp-featured, gray-eyed, composed. Then the reflection shifted. The glamour melted away. Harry Potter looked back at him, green-eyed, scarred, messy hair. And behind him, a man and a woman materialized from nothing. The man was tall, with black hair that stuck up exactly like Harry's and hazel eyes behind round glasses. The woman was beautiful, red-haired, smiling, with green eyes that were exactly, precisely, devastatingly the eyes that Hadrian saw every time he stripped away the glamour. James and Lily Potter, his parents. Standing behind him in the mirror, their hands on his shoulders, looking at him with a love so pure and so absolute that it hit him like a physical blow. His mother, his real mother, leaned forward and pressed her lips to the top of his reflected head. Hadrian's breath came out in a shudder. He pressed his hand to the glass. It was cold and smooth and utterly unyielding. The figures in the mirror smiled at him, and his father's hand tightened on his reflected shoulder, and his mother's eyes glistened with tears she would never actually shed. He stood there for an hour. He came back the next night, and the next. On the third night, Dumbledore was waiting for him. The old man sat in a chair that definitely hadn't been there before, wearing midnight blue robes embroidered with stars, looking for all the world like someone who had merely stopped in for a rest and happened to find a fascinating mirror. "Beautiful piece, isn't it?" Dumbledore said conversationally. "The mirror of Eris. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts." Hadrian stood very still, the invisibility cloak pooled at his feet where he dropped it. "You put it here for me to find." "Did I? How careless of me." "What do you see in it?" Dumbledore's smile was gentle and sad. "I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. One can never have too many socks." He paused. "But I suspect you see something rather different." Hadrian looked at the mirror. His parents were still there, James grinning, Lily glowing, both of them alive and impossible and there. "I see my family," he said. "The Malfoys." He didn't answer. Dumbledore rose from his chair. He moved with surprising grace for a man his age, crossing the room to stand beside Hadrian before the mirror. "This mirror gives us neither knowledge nor truth," Dumbledore said softly. "Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live." "Is that a warning or advice? Can it not be both?" Dumbledore looked at him, really looked, the full weight of those blue eyes focused with a precision that made Snape's stare feel like a casual glance. "You are a remarkable young man, Hadrian. More remarkable, I think, than even you realize. You'd be surprised what I realize, Professor. Perhaps I would." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow. I would ask that you not go looking for it again." "Where is it going?" "Somewhere it will serve a different purpose." Dumbledore moved toward the door. "I would also ask, though I suspect the answer is already decided, that when you are ready to discuss the things you have discovered about yourself, you come to me, not as headmaster to student, but as one person to another." Hadrian turned from the mirror. His parents' reflections watched him go. "You know, I know many things. Specifically, I know that Narcissa Malfoy arrived at Godley's Hollow approximately 20 minutes before Rubeus Hagrid, and that she left with something she did not bring." The room went very still. "How long have you known?" Hadrian's voice was steady, but his heart was slamming against his ribs. "I have suspected since September the 1st, when a young man with unusual magical power sat under the Sorting Hat for 4 minutes, and the hat subsequently sent me a most extraordinary private message." Dumbledore's expression was complex, sadness and relief and guilt braided together. "I have been certain since the evening you defeated the troll, and Professor Snape's ocular observations confirmed the color of magic you cast matches Lily Potter's signature exactly." "Snape told you." "Severus told me his suspicions. He did not, I notice, tell me about his private conversation with you last week. I infer from this that you asked him not to." Hadrian's jaw tightened. And yet you've done nothing. You know who I am, and you've left me in Slytherin in the Malfoy family with a piece of Voldemort in my head. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but absolute. Because you are thriving, because you are safe, because the identity Narcissa gave you has protected you from threats you cannot yet fully appreciate, and because ripping that identity away would serve my need for resolution but not your need for stability. Don't pretend this is about what I need. Then let us say it is about what I believe is right. You have a home, a family, however complicated, an education, and a degree of anonymity that is, as you yourself told Severus, your most powerful weapon. Dumbledore paused at the door. I did not come here tonight to expose you, Hadrian. I came to give you a choice. When you are ready, truly ready on your own terms, we will have this conversation properly. Until then, I will keep your secret as you have kept it. He left. Hadrian stood alone in the empty classroom, the invisibility cloak at his feet, and stared at the mirror. His parents were still there, still smiling, still impossibly, heartbreakingly present. He picked up the cloak, threw it over his shoulders, and vanished. But before he left, he looked at the mirror one last time, and in the glass, Lily Potter met his eyes and mouthed two words he couldn't hear but understood: be brave. He walked out into the dark castle, invisible and known, and the winter night closed around him like a held breath. Chapter 4. The Brothers' War. The snow melted, and the term resumed, and Hadrian Malfoy walked through the corridors of Hogwarts like a man carrying a bomb in his chest. Nobody noticed. That was the thing about being raised in Malfoy Manor. You learned to swallow earthquakes and smile through the aftershocks. He attended classes, earned top marks, sat with Hermione in the library and Draco in the common room, and not a single person looking at him would have guessed that the ground beneath his identity had liquefied and reformed into something entirely new. He was Harry Potter. Dumbledore knew. Snape knew. And the two of them had entered into a silent conspiracy to let him exist as Hadrian Malfoy for reasons that were probably strategic and possibly compassionate and definitely not entirely honest. He could work with that. What he couldn't work with was Draco. His brother came back from the Christmas holidays changed. Not obviously, the hair was still platinum, the drawl still practiced, the wardrobe still expensive, but something underneath had shifted. Draco carried himself differently. Held himself tighter, spoke with a new edge that wasn't his natural sharpness but something borrowed, something that smelled like Lucius's study and tasted like cold instruction. Hadrian noticed on the first day back. They were in the common room, unpacking, and Draco was telling Crabbe and Goyle about Christmas at the manor with a casual superiority that was just slightly too performed. "Father's been in contact with the minister directly," Draco said, examining his fingernails. "Apparently, there are going to be some changes at the ministry this year. People who have gotten too comfortable are going to find their positions rather less secure." "Fascinating," Hadrian said from his bed, not looking up from his book. "Father also asked about you. I'm touched. He wanted to know about your associations." Draco's voice was careful. "Your friendship with the Granger girl specifically." Hadrian closed his book. "And what did you tell him?" "I told him the truth, that you spend more time with a Muggle-born Gryffindor than with your own house." The room went quiet. Crabbe and Goyle suddenly found their trunks very interesting. Zabini, on his bed with a magazine, stopped turning pages, not became very still. "And what did Lucius say?" Draco met his eyes. There was something in his brother's gaze that Hadrian recognized. The specific pain of a boy who had spent 2 weeks being reshaped by his father's expectations and had come back wearing the new form like an ill-fitting suit. He said it reflects poorly on the family. He said if you can't maintain appropriate associations, he'll reconsider your position in the household. "My position." Hadrian tasted the word. "Meaning what exactly?" "Meaning you're a ward, Hadrian, not an heir. Your place in this family exists at father's discretion, and if you embarrass him, he'll throw me out." Hadrian stood. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The air in the dormitory changed the way air changes before a thunderstorm, pressure dropping, static building, the hair on everyone's arms rising. "Let him try. Let Lucius Malfoy, who spent the last war groveling at Voldemort's feet in the decade since bribing his way out of Azkaban, try to threaten me over who I eat lunch with. Draco flinched. Don't say the name. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. Each repetition landed like a slap. That's what Lucius is afraid of, isn't it? Not a muggle-born girl. The Dark Lord. Your father's terrified that his old master will come back and find out the Malfoy family hasn't been keeping the faith. That's not, it is exactly that. Every lesson about blood purity, every lecture about appropriate associations, every sneer Lucius has ever taught you, it's not ideology, Draco, it's fear. He's scared and he's passing that fear to you like an inheritance, and you're accepting it because you don't know any better. The silence that followed was total. Draco's face had gone through several colors and settled on a white so pure it was almost luminous. His hands were fists at his sides. You don't understand, Draco said, and his voice cracked on the last word. You've never understood. You don't need him. You don't need any of us. Your magic makes you untouchable, and you've always known it, and you've never once. He stopped, swallowed, started again. Some of us aren't untouchable. Some of us need our families. You need your mother. You don't need his poison. His poison is the only thing that... Draco cut himself off. His eyes were bright, and for one horrible moment, Hadrian thought his brother was going to cry, and the thought made something twist in his chest because he remembered what Lucius had said years ago. A Malfoy does not cry. Draco didn't cry. He turned on his heel and walked out of the dormitory, and the door closed behind him with a soft click that was worse than a slam. Hadrian stood in the silence and felt the anger drain out of him, replaced by something heavier and more complicated. He'd been cruel. Not wrong, everything he'd said about Lucius was true, but cruel in the delivery, cruel in the timing, cruel to a boy who had just spent 2 weeks being pressed into a mold by a father who used love as a weapon. Well, Zabini said into the quiet, that was dramatic. Shut up, Blaze. Shutting up. Hadrian grabbed his cloak and went after his brother. He found Draco on the astronomy tower. Not the observation deck, the parapet above it, the narrow stone ledge where you technically weren't supposed to go because the wind could knock you into a very long fall. Draco was sitting with his legs dangling over the edge, staring out at the snow-covered grounds with his hair whipping around his face, and he didn't look up when Hadrian climbed up beside him. They sat in silence for a while. The wind was biting. Below them, Hogwarts spread out in miniature, the courtyards, the greenhouses, the lake like a sheet of hammered silver. The forbidden forest was a dark stain on the white landscape, and somewhere in its depths, things moved that didn't bear thinking about. I'm sorry, Hadrian said. Draco said nothing. I meant what I said about Lucius, but I shouldn't have said it like that, not in front of everyone. You shouldn't have said it at all. Probably not. I have a problem with that. With being honest. With being honest when silence would be kinder. Draco turned to look at him. His eyes were red from the wind, just the wind, Hadrian told himself, and his expression was stripped raw in a way it only ever was when they were alone. You really aren't afraid of him, Draco said. Of father. Number, you aren't afraid of anything. Hadrian considered this. A month ago he would have agreed. But he'd stood before the mirror of Arist and seen his dead parents, and he'd felt the Horcrux pulse in his scar, and he'd learned that his entire life was a beautiful, meticulous lie. Fear had become a more nuanced concept. I'm afraid of losing the people I care about, he said, which includes you, you enormous prat. Draco's lips twitched, not quite a smile. You have a terrible way of showing it. Malfoy trait. You're not a Malfoy. The words landed with more weight than Draco could possibly have known. Hadrian kept his face still. I know, he said, but I was raised by one. That counts for something. They sat on the ledge while the wind tried to rearrange their hair, and after a while Draco's shoulder pressed against Hadrian's, not leaning exactly but present. A point of contact, an acknowledgement that whatever they were, brothers, rivals, something more complicated than either word, they were still sitting on the same ledge. Father wants me to stop associating with you, Draco said quietly. What? Over Christmas. He said your influence is making me soft, that you're undermining Malfoy values. He said if I can't maintain proper distance, he'll separate us, send me to Durmstrang for second year. Hadrian went very still. He's bluffing. He doesn't bluff, you know that. Then he's making a mistake. Separating us won't make you more like him, Draco. It'll just make you alone. Maybe that's what he wants. Maybe alone is easier to control. Hadrian looked at his brother and saw, clearly and terribly, the trap Draco was caught in. Lucius wasn't just a bad father, he was a strategist, and his strategy required an heir who was obedient, ideologically pure, and isolated from anyone who might offer an alternative perspective. Hadrian was the alternative perspective. Hadrian was the threat. "Listen to me," Hadrian said. "Whatever happens between us, whatever fights we have, whatever competitions, whatever Lucius tries to engineer, you are my brother. Not because of blood, not because of the Malfoy name, because we grew up in the same house and survived the same man, and that makes us family in a way that Lucius will never understand." Draco's jaw worked. "You're very sentimental for a Slytherin. I'm very many things, you'd be surprised." They climbed down from the parapet eventually, half frozen and thoroughly windblown, and walked back into the castle together. They didn't talk about Lucius again. They didn't need to. The conversation had drawn a line not between them but around them, and whatever came next, whatever pressures and manipulations Lucius deployed, that line would hold. It had to. Because Hadrian was running out of people he could trust. And Draco, for all his flaws, for all his father's poison and his own insecurities, was the one person who had known him longest and loved him most consistently, even if he loved him badly, even if the love was tangled up with envy and competition and pain. It was real, and real was rare, and Hadrian was learning that rare things needed protecting. January turned to February, and the tension at Hogwarts ratcheted upward like a slowly tightening vice. Quirrell's attempts on the third-floor corridor were becoming weekly events. Hadrian tracked them through a combination of the invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, which he'd found in Filch's confiscated items drawer during one of his nocturnal explorations, and which had responded to his touch with an enthusiasm that suggested the map knew exactly who was holding it, and his own scar, which functioned as a crude Quirrell proximity alarm. The map was a revelation. 4 names were inscribed on its front: Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, and when Hadrian whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," the parchment bloomed into a perfect map of Hogwarts, showing every corridor, every secret passage, and every person within the castle as a tiny labeled dot. Prongs, his father's nickname. James Potter had made this. Hadrian held the map and felt the past reach up through the parchment like a hand through water, and he understood something he hadn't fully grasped before. He wasn't just Harry Potter, abstract concept and vanished savior. He was the son of specific people who had made specific things and left specific marks on the world, and those marks were still here, still functioning, still waiting for him. He used the map ruthlessly. He tracked Quirrell's movements, building a complete picture of the man's schedule, his patterns, his moments of vulnerability. He tracked Snape's counter-movements. The potion's master was clearly monitoring Quirrell as well, though with less precision than Hadrian. He tracked Dumbledore, whose dot spent long hours in his office but occasionally appeared in unlikely locations: the Room of Requirement, the third-floor corridor, once in the middle of the Forbidden Forest at 3 in the morning. He also tracked something unexpected: a dot labeled Quirinus Quirrell that occasionally, in certain rooms, seemed to blur and split, as if there were 2 people sharing the same space. 2 souls in one body. The map could see Voldemort. This information went into Hadrian's growing file alongside everything else. The stone, the protections, Quirrell's progress, Voldemort's parasitic existence. The picture was almost complete. The endgame was approaching. But before the endgame, there was the duel. It happened in March on a Wednesday, and it was Draco's fault. Not entirely. The fault was distributed across several parties. Lucius's latest letter, which had arrived that morning and left Draco pale and tight-lipped. Pansy Parkinson, who had been needling Draco about his brother's Muggle-born friendships with the persistence of a particularly vicious mosquito. And Hadrian himself. who had walked into the common room after a study session with Hermione to find Draco holding court on the subject of blood purity, with a fervor that was clearly compensatory and not at all convincing. The decline of magical standards directly correlates with the admission of Muggle-borns, Draco was saying, his voice too loud, his gestures too sharp. Father says the Board of Governors is considering a formal review of admission policies, and honestly, it's about time. Half the Muggle-borns in this school can barely manage a proper Lumos. That's not true, Hadrian said from the doorway. The common room went quiet. Draco turned. His expression was a mask, Lucius's mask, hard and superior and completely false. I'm sorry. It's not true. Hermione Granger is Muggle-born and she has the highest theoretical scores in our year, in every subject, including potions where Snape actively marks her down. One exception doesn't. It's not one exception. Magical ability doesn't correlate with blood status. Never has. The research is clear. Eldritch Diggory published a definitive study in 1973 showing no statistical difference in magical power between purebloods and Muggle-borns. Draco's jaw tightened. Diggory was a blood trader Diggory was a researcher who followed the data. Unlike your father, who follows his prejudices and calls them tradition. The room held its breath. Pansy Parkinson's eyes were like saucers. Zabini had stopped pretending to read. Even Crabbe and Goyle seemed to sense that something significant was happening, though their understanding of significance was admittedly limited. Draco stood. His wand was in his hand, not pointed at Hadrian, not yet, but out and visible and charged with intent. Take it back, Draco said. Number, take back what you said about father. I said he follows his prejudices. That's the politest way I could phrase it. Then phrase it differently or what, Draco? You'll duel me. Hadrian's voice was calm. Not cold, he didn't want to be cold, didn't want to be Lucius, but utterly, completely calm. You know how that ends. Maybe I do, maybe I don't care. They stared at each other. The common room was a frozen tableau, green light from the lake playing across the faces of students who understood they were witnessing something that would be talked about for years. Fine, Hadrian said. He drew his wand. Not here. The dueling chamber, 5 minutes. He turned and walked out. Behind him, he heard the common room erupt into noise, whispers, exclamations, the scraping of chairs as half the house decided to follow. The old dueling salon in the dungeons had been repurposed as a general practice space, and it was empty at this hour. Hadrian walked in, shrugged off his outer robe and rolled his sleeves to the elbow. The holly wand sat warm and eager in his hand, humming with anticipation. He didn't want to do this. He didn't want to fight Draco, didn't want to humiliate his brother in front of their house, didn't want to widen the crack that Lucius had been hammering at all year. But Draco had forced the issue, and backing down would have been worse, would have read as weakness, as agreement, as tacit acceptance of the blood purity rhetoric Draco was parroting. Some things you had to stand against, even when it cost you. Draco arrived flanked by Crabbe, Goyle, and most of Slytherin's first and second years. Zabini trailed behind with the air of someone attending a particularly interesting funeral, not positioned himself near the door, watching with his usual quiet intensity. The two brothers faced each other across the dueling salon, wands raised, and the room was so quiet that the bubbling of the lake against the windows sounded like thunder. Standard dueling rules, Hadrian said. No unforgivables, obviously. First to disarm or incapacitate wins. I know the rules. Then whenever you're ready. Draco didn't wait. He was smart enough to know that his only advantage was surprise. Hadrian's reflexes were superhuman. His spellwork was faster and stronger. And in a prolonged exchange, the outcome was inevitable. So Draco opened with everything he had all at once, a barrage of hexes and jinxes fired in rapid succession with a technical precision that showed just how hard he'd been practicing. Stinging hex, knockback jinx, leglocker curse, impediment jinx, bat bogey hex, that one was creative, Hadrian noted with distant approval. Hadrian blocked or dodged all 5 without moving his feet. His shield charm absorbed the first 3. He sidestepped the 4th, and he batted the fifth aside with a casual flick that sent the bat bogey ricocheting into the ceiling. Then he moved. Not forward, sideways, a lateral step that put him at an angle Draco wasn't prepared for, and his wand came up and spoke once. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm hit Draco in the chest. His hawthorn wand flew from his hand, spinning end over end, and Hadrian caught it out of the air left-handed without looking. Silence. It had taken 4 seconds. Draco had fired 5 spells. Hadrian had blocked all of them and ended the fight with a single cast. The power differential wasn't just obvious, it was embarrassing, and every person in the room knew it. Draco stood empty-handed, breathing hard, his face flushed with exertion and something darker. Hadrian held both wands and felt no satisfaction whatsoever. "That's it." Draco's voice was rough. "One spell. You couldn't even pretend it was a contest. You wanted a real duel. That was a real duel. That was an execution. It was a disarming. You're fine. Here." Hadrian tossed the hawthorn wand back. Draco caught it reflexively, and his fingers clenched around it so hard the wood creaked. "Again," Draco said. "Number again. Draco, again." The shout echoed off the stone walls. Draco's composure was gone, the Malfoy mask shattered, the Lucius impression abandoned, and underneath was just a boy, 11 years old, who had never in his life been good enough and was desperate, sick with desperation, to prove that he could be. Hadrian looked at his brother and made a decision. He raised his wand. "All right, again." This time he didn't end it quickly. He dueled Draco properly, matching his pace, meeting his spells with equal force rather than overwhelming force, creating the illusion of an even fight. He let Draco's hexes get close enough to look dangerous. He returned fire with spells that Draco could plausibly block. He gave his brother a fight. It was a gift. A carefully constructed gift, wrapped in the appearance of combat, and Draco, who was clever enough to recognize it and desperate enough to accept it, threw himself into the duel with everything he had. They traded spells across the dueling salon for 3 full minutes, which in dueling time was an eternity. Draco's technique was genuinely good, his footwork improved as his confidence built, his spell selection became more creative, and he found a rhythm that was his own rather than something copied from a textbook. He was quick, inventive, and vicious when he needed to be. He was also outmatched, and they both knew it, but the performance mattered more than the outcome. Hadrian ended it with a stunner to the shoulder, firm enough to drop Draco but gentle enough to avoid injury. His brother hit the mat, rolled once, and lay still for a moment before Hadrian revived him with a quiet enervate. Draco sat up. His hair was wrecked, his robes were singed, and he was breathing like he'd run a mile. He looked at Hadrian with an expression that was too complex to name. Gratitude, resentment, love, fury, all of it churning together behind those gray eyes. "Better," Hadrian said. He offered his hand. Draco looked at the hand for a long moment. Then he took it and Hadrian pulled him to his feet, and for just a second their grip held the old pureblood clasp, forearm to forearm, the gesture that meant trust. "You held back," Draco said quietly, low enough that only Hadrian could hear. "I gave you the fight you needed. That's the same thing." "No, it isn't. Holding back is condescension. Giving you a fight is respect. You're good, Draco. You're better than you think. You just need to stop measuring yourself against me." Draco's grip tightened. Then he let go, stepped back, and reassembled his composure piece by piece, straightening his robes, smoothing his hair, lifting his chin until the Malfoy air was back in place, polished and impenetrable. "Same time next week," Draco said. Hadrian smiled. "Same time next week." The crowd dispersed. The duel became legend, told and retold and embellished until, by the time it reached the Gryffindors, Hadrian had apparently leveled the entire dungeon wing. The actual truth, that one brother had humbled another and then built him back up in the space of 5 minutes, was more interesting but less dramatic, and drama was what spread. What didn't spread was what happened after. In the dormitory that night when the others were asleep, Draco sat on the edge of Hadrian's bed and said, very quietly, "Father sent me a letter this morning." I gathered. He said if I don't report your behavior to him, your friendships, your movements, what you're studying, he'll pull me from Hogwarts. Hadrian sat up. He wants you to spy on me. He wants to control you through me. It's what he does. Draco's voice was flat, exhausted. I'm supposed to send weekly reports. Who you talk to, what you're reading, whether you're doing anything that suggests disloyalty. Disloyalty to whom? The Malfoy name or someone else? Draco didn't answer. He didn't need to. They both knew what Lucius was really afraid of, not that Hadrian would embarrass the family, but that Hadrian's power and independence would attract the wrong kind of attention if Voldemort returned. So spy on me, Hadrian said. Draco's head came up. What? Send him reports. Tell him what he wants to hear. Make up whatever you need to. Say I'm studying pureblood genealogy. Say I've stopped talking to Hermione. Say whatever keeps you at Hogwarts and him off your back. You want me to lie to Father. I want you to survive. Lying to Lucius is how everyone in that house survives. Ask Mother. Something shifted in Draco's expression. A realization, maybe. An acknowledgement that the man he'd been trying so hard to please was the same man everyone else in the family was trying to manage. Okay, Draco said. I'll write the reports. Good. And Draco, next week's duel session, I'm going to teach you some real combat magic, not the textbook stuff. The things Mother taught me from the Black family grimoire. Why? Because you're my brother, and because something is coming, and when it arrives, I want you to be able to fight. Draco stared at him in the green underwater dark. Then he nodded once, got up, and went to his own bed. Hadrian lay back and stared at the canopy and thought about what was coming, and when it was coming, and whether any of them were actually ready for it. The Forbidden Forest lived up to its name. Hadrian was there because of Hagrid, who had assigned the first years a detention that involved walking into the most dangerous woodland in Britain at midnight to look for a wounded unicorn. The pedagogical reasoning behind this was unclear. The survival implications were concerning. Draco, naturally, had also earned detention, something about hexing a Gryffindor third year who'd made a comment about his father, and the two of them had been sent into the forest together with Fang, Hagrid's enormous and entirely useless boarhound, while Hagrid took Neville and Hermione, who'd been caught in the library after hours on the other path. This is barbaric, Draco muttered, picking his way through the undergrowth with the delicate distaste of someone wearing expensive shoes in a swamp. Sending students into a forest full of, what lives in here exactly? Centaurs, acromantulas, thestrals, bowtruckles, various species of fae, and at least one colony of something the gamekeeper won't identify, Hadrian said, scanning the darkness with his wand raised. Also currently whatever is killing the unicorns. Wonderful, and we're expected to find it. We're expected to find the unicorn. I suspect whatever's killing them will find us. The forest was dark in a way that had nothing to do with the absence of light and everything to do with presence. The presence of old magic, deep-rooted and wild, pressing in from every side. The trees were enormous, their canopies blocking the sky, and the ground was soft with centuries of leaf fall. Things moved in the undergrowth, rustles, snaps, the occasional flash of eyes reflecting wand light. They followed the trail of silver blood. Unicorn blood, Hadrian recognized it from his reading, glowed faintly in the dark, leaving a path of luminous droplets on the forest floor. It led deeper into the trees, winding between roots and stones, and with each step the air grew colder and the sense of wrongness grew stronger. Hadrian's scar began to burn. He said nothing. Draco was already on edge, flinching at sounds, gripping his wand too tight, Fang pressed against his leg and whimpering. Adding "my forehead is on fire because the Dark Lord is nearby" to the mix seemed counterproductive. They found the unicorn in a clearing. It was dying. The most beautiful creature Hadrian had ever seen, pure white, silver mane, a body like moonlight given form, lay on its side in the dark grass, its flank rising and falling in shallow, painful gasps. Silver blood pooled beneath it, shimmering, and something was crouched over it, drinking. A hooded figure, dark-robed, hunched over the unicorn's wound like a parasite at a vein. The sound it made, a wet, desperate, greedy sound, turned Hadrian's stomach, and his scar was no longer burning. It was screaming. Draco made a noise, A small, involuntary sound of pure terror. Fang whimpered and bolted. The figure raised its head. Silver blood ran down its chin. Its face was hidden by the hood, but its eyes, red, burning, ancient, caught the wand light and reflected it back like a predator's. Voldemort, not in Quirrell's body. This was the spirit form, the wraith, the fragment, the thing that existed between death and life and sustained itself on unicorn blood. It looked at Hadrian and recognized him, not as Harry Potter, not through the glamour but through the scar, through the Horcrux. The connection flared open like a door kicked in, and for one searing moment, Hadrian saw through Voldemort's eyes and Voldemort saw through his. You. The word wasn't spoken. It was transmitted, mind to mind, through the link they shared. You carry a piece of me. Hadrian didn't flinch. He didn't step back. He raised his wand and pointed it at the creature crouched over the dying unicorn, and the holly wand blazed with light, gold and red, the colors of the sorting, the colors of his birth house, and he spoke with a voice that carried no fear because fear was a choice and he had chosen something else. Get away from it. Voldemort's wraith form rose. It was tall, taller than a man, indistinct at the edges, more shadow than substance. It regarded Hadrian with those burning eyes, and through the link, Hadrian felt a cascade of emotions that weren't his own. Surprise, hunger, calculation, and something that might have been respect. Strong, the voice whispered, so strong. And you don't even know what you are. I know exactly what I am. You know nothing. You are a vessel, a container for a piece of my soul that I made 15 years ago when I killed the wraith stopped. Through the link, Hadrian felt realization crash through Voldemort's consciousness like a wave breaking. The scar, you have the scar. But you, your face, you're not. Leave, Hadrian said. His wand was steady. The light was building. He could feel his magic rising to meet the threat, vast and hot and ready. Leave now or I'll make you. The wraith laughed. It was the worst sound Hadrian had ever heard, hollow, mirthless, like wind through a graveyard. But it retreated. It pulled back from the unicorn, from the clearing, from the light of Hadrian's wand, dissolving into the shadows between the trees like smoke. We will meet again, the voice whispered as it faded. You and I have much to discuss, vessel, much to discuss. Then it was gone, and the forest was just a forest again, and the unicorn on the ground shuddered and went still. Hadrian lowered his wand. His hand was shaking, adrenaline, not fear, and his scar was throbbing with a deep, nauseating pain that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Behind him, Draco was on the ground. Hadrian turned. His brother was sitting in the leaves back against a tree, knees drawn up, face buried in his arms. He was shaking. Not the controlled tremor of someone managing their fear, the full-body shaking of someone who had just seen the thing their family whispered about in the dark, the monster their father served, the nightmare at the heart of the Malfoy legacy. Hadrian knelt beside him. Draco. That was, Draco's voice was muffled. That was him. That was the Dark Lord. Yes. He's alive. Something like alive. Draco lifted his face. He was white. His eyes were enormous in the wand light, and the terror in them was absolute. He knew you. He spoke to you. How did he, Hadrian? What is happening? Hadrian looked at his brother and made a calculation. The truth, the full truth, was too much. Too dangerous, too destabilizing, too heavy for a boy already buckling under the weight of his father's expectations and the reality of the monster his father had served. But a partial truth was still a truth. There's something in my scar, Hadrian said. A connection to Voldemort. I don't fully understand it yet, but it lets me sense him and it lets him sense me. How? Why? I think it was made the night I was orphaned. Whatever killed my real parents left a mark on me. Literally. Draco stared at him. The gears were turning, Hadrian could see it, the intelligence behind the fear working to process information that didn't fit the story he'd been told. Your parents were killed by the Dark Lord. Hadrian said nothing. Your parents were killed by the Dark Lord, Draco repeated, and this time it wasn't a question. The Black Cousin story. It's not real, is it? Then who are you? Hadrian stood. He offered his hand. Right now, I'm the person who just drove off a dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest. Can we discuss my existential identity crisis somewhere that doesn't have acromantulas? Draco took his hand and stood. He was still trembling, but his grip was firm, and when he spoke, his voice was steadier. "You're going to tell me the truth eventually." "Eventually." "How eventually?" "When I'm ready, and when you're ready to hear it." They walked back through the forest in silence, following the path of silver blood in reverse. The trees thinned. The stars appeared. Hagrid's hut came into view, warm and lamplit, and Fang was already there, cowering under the table. Hagrid fussed. Hermione demanded details. Neville looked pale but relieved, and Draco stood apart, watching Hadrian with an expression that had shifted from terror to something else, something searching and new, the look of a person who was beginning to understand that the story they'd been told about the world was incomplete, and that the missing pieces changed everything. That night, Hadrian wrote 2 letters. The first was to Snape. "He's in the forest, drinking unicorn blood. He saw through the scar. He knows the Horcrux is in me but doesn't know my identity. The timeline is accelerating. We need to talk." The second was to Narcissa. "Mother, I love you, and we need to talk." He sent both with Draco's eagle owl and lay in bed listening to the lake press against the windows and feeling the scar on his forehead pulse with a dark, patient rhythm, the heartbeat of a monster who had touched his mind and found something he hadn't expected. Voldemort was coming for the stone. The protections were failing, and the boy he'd tried to kill 15 years ago was lying in a green-lit dormitory, staring at the ceiling, planning his next move. Sleep came late. Dreams came not at all. The meeting with Dumbledore happened 2 days later. Hadrian requested it through McGonagall, who relayed it with the professional efficiency of someone who didn't ask questions. The headmaster's office was behind a gargoyle that accepted the password Sherbet Lemon, with the weary resignation of a guardian who had stopped trying to understand his boss. The office was spectacular. Circular, high-ceilinged, lined with portraits of sleeping headmasters and shelves of silver instruments that hummed and whirred. A phoenix, magnificent, scarlet and gold, sat on a perch near the desk and fixed Hadrian with an intelligent amber eye. The phoenix trilled. A single note, pure and warm, that resonated in Hadrian's chest the way the wand had resonated in Ollivander's shop. Recognition. "Welcome. Fawkes seems to know you," Dumbledore said, seated behind his desk with his fingers steepled. "That is significant. Phoenix feather core. The brother wand." "Indeed." Dumbledore gestured to a chair. "Please sit. I believe we have much to discuss." Hadrian sat. He didn't ease into it, didn't soften or defer. He sat like someone at a negotiation, which was exactly what this was. "Voldemort is in the Forbidden Forest," Hadrian said. "I encountered him 2 nights ago. He's sustaining himself on unicorn blood, which means he's desperate. The blood sustains, but at the cost of a cursed half-life. He wants the stone because the elixir of life would restore him fully." Dumbledore's expression didn't change. "You are remarkably well informed." "I'm remarkably motivated. He's going to make a move soon. Quirrell can't hold him off much longer. The possession is degrading them both, and the unicorn blood is a stopgap, not a solution. And you're telling me this because you need to reinforce the protections, or remove the stone entirely, or," Hadrian leaned forward, "or you're leaving it there as bait. You want him to come for it. You have a plan." Dumbledore said nothing. The silver instruments whirred. "The mirror," Hadrian said. "The mirror of Erist, that's where you moved it. The final protection. Anyone who wants to use the stone can't get it from the mirror. It only gives the stone to someone who wants to find it but not use it. That's the trap." For the first time, something moved behind Dumbledore's composed expression. Surprise. Not that Hadrian had figured it out, but that he'd figured it out so quickly. "You are very much your mother's son," Dumbledore said softly. "Both of them. I'm my own person, and I'm telling you that your plan has a flaw." "Oh, me, the Horcrux." "Voldemort knows there's a connection. He felt it in the forest. He doesn't know I'm Harry Potter, but he knows the scar, and he knows what's in it. Gets close enough, if we're in the same room, the connection will open fully, and I don't know what happens then." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. A portrait on the wall snored. "What happens then," Dumbledore said carefully, "is something I have spent 10 years trying to understand. The Horcrux in your scar is unlike any I have studied because it is housed in a living being. It has been shaped by your magic, your growth, your choices. It is dark, but it is contained. Lily's sacrifice, the protection she gave you when she died, acts as a boundary, a cage. And if the cage breaks, then we will face that together. But I do not believe it will break, not from proximity, not even from confrontation. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, may I call you Harry? Hadrian for now. Hadrian, then, your mother's sacrifice was the most powerful magic I have ever witnessed. Love that strong does not expire. It does not weaken. It lives in your blood, in your skin, in the very cells of your body. Voldemort cannot touch you, not directly. His magic recoils from yours because your magic carries her protection like a shield. You're saying I'm immune to him. I'm saying he cannot physically touch you without experiencing agony. Beyond that, I would not presume to predict. Magic of this nature is, Dumbledore smiled ruefully, unprecedented. Much like you, Hadrian absorbed this, filed it, added it to the arsenal. When he comes for the stone, Hadrian said, I'm going after him. I would strongly advise, I'm not asking for advice. I'm telling you what's going to happen. Voldemort is linked to me. The Horcrux in my scar gives me access to his thoughts, his plans, his location. I'm the best early warning system you have, and I'm also the only person in this castle who can touch him and survive. When he makes his move, I'm going through that trapdoor. You are 11 years old. I killed a mountain troll in October. I drove off Voldemort's wraith in March. My age is the least relevant thing about me. Dumbledore studied him. The blue eyes were grave, assessing, calculating in a way that reminded Hadrian uncomfortably of Lucius, the same evaluation of an asset, though Dumbledore's calculus was arguably less selfish. I cannot stop you, Dumbledore said finally. I recognize this. You are not a child who responds to prohibition, and frankly, you are more magically capable than several of my staff, but I will ask one thing. Ask. Don't go alone. Hadrian thought of Hermione, who was smarter than anyone gave her credit for, of Neville, who was braver than he knew, of Draco, who was terrified but wouldn't let that stop him. I won't, he said. He stood to leave. At the door he paused. Professor, the Horcrux. Is there a way to remove it without killing me? The silence that followed was the most frightening thing Hadrian had experienced since the forest. Not because Dumbledore said no, but because he said nothing at all, and his expression held a sorrow so deep it looked ancient. I am working on that, Dumbledore said, with everything I have. Hadrian nodded. He left the office. The gargoyle closed behind him. He walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, past students and ghosts in suits of armor, and he thought about love as a shield and death as a connection, and the piece of a monster lodged behind his scar like a splinter in the soul. He was Harry Potter. He was Hadrian Malfoy. He was a Horcrux, and somewhere beneath the castle, behind a three-headed dog and a series of enchantments and a mirror that showed your heart's desire, a stone sat waiting. Voldemort was coming for it. Hadrian would be there first. Chapter 5. Through the trapdoor the end came faster than anyone expected. Hadrian was in the library with Hermione on a Thursday evening in late May when his scar detonated. Not the usual throb, not the slow burn that signaled Quirrell's proximity, or the sharp spike that meant Voldemort was feeding in the forest. This was a sustained, shrieking alarm that whited out his vision and filled his skull with a sound like tearing metal. And for 3 full seconds he wasn't in the library at all. He was in Quirrell's body. He saw through Quirrell's eyes. The 3rd-floor corridor, the door already open, the 3-headed dog asleep, a harp playing in the corner, charmed to produce music. He felt Quirrell's hands pull open the trapdoor. He felt the rush of cool air from below. And he heard the voice, Voldemort's voice, issuing from the back of Quirrell's skull with a cold, absolute authority that permitted no hesitation. Now, tonight, Dumbledore is gone, go. The vision snapped. Hadrian was back in the library, gripping the edge of the table with both hands, his knuckles bone-white. Hermione was on her feet, her chair knocked backward, her face tight with alarm. Hadrian, he's going right now. Quirrell's going through the trapdoor. What? How do you? I saw it. Through the scar. Dumbledore's been called away, probably a fake emergency, something to get him out of the castle, and Quirrell's making his move. Hermione didn't waste time asking for proof, or questioning the logistics of psychic vision through cursed scars. She was already gathering her things, her mind shifting from study mode to crisis mode with a speed that would have impressed a battlefield commander. We need to tell a professor, Snape or McGonagall. Snape is on patrol tonight, I'll send him a message, but he won't get there in time, Quirrell's already passed the dog. Then we go to McGonagall and say what? A first year had a vision through his forehead. She'll think we're mad, and by the time we convince her, Quirrell will have the stone. Hermione pressed her lips together. She knew he was right. She hated that he was right. Then we go ourselves, she said. That's what you've been planning all along, isn't it? I need Neville. Where is he? Greenhouse 3. He's been nursing a sick mandrake. Get him, meet me at the third-floor corridor in 10 minutes. I need to get Draco. Draco? Hermione's eyebrows rose. Are you sure? He's my brother, and he's better in a fight than you think. They split. Hadrian moved through the castle at a run, the marauders map out and open, tracking dots. Quirrell's dot was already below the trapdoor, moving through the underground chambers. Snape's dot was on the far side of the castle, near the astronomy tower. Dumbledore's dot was nowhere on the map, gone, as the vision had shown. McGonagall was in her office. He considered going to McGonagall for about 2 seconds. Then he kept running. He found Draco in the common room playing chess with Zabini. His brother looked up at his entrance and immediately read his expression. The two of them had been decoding each other's faces for 11 years, and whatever Draco saw in Hadrian's now made him stand up so fast the chess pieces scattered. What's happened? Voldemort's making his move. Tonight, I'm going after him. Draco went white. Then slowly color returned, not his usual pallor but something warmer, something that looked like resolve fighting through fear and winning. Right, Draco said. He picked up his wand from the table. Let's go. Zabini looked between them. Should I? Stay here, Hadrian said. If we're not back by midnight, tell Snape everything. He'll know what it means. They left the common room at a run. Through the dungeons, up the stairs, through corridors that Hogwarts seemed to rearrange in their favor, doors opening ahead of them, staircases aligning as if the castle itself was clearing a path. Hermione and Neville were already at the third-floor corridor. Hermione had her wand out and her jaw set. Neville was holding a small potted plant in one hand and his wand in the other, and his round face was pale but steady. Is that a plant? Draco said. Devil's Snare, Neville said. Hagrid mentioned it once. If any of the protections involve dangerous plants, I want to be prepared. Draco opened his mouth, reconsidered, and closed it. Fair enough. Hadrian tried the door. It was unlocked. Quirrell had already come through. Inside, the room was dark and smelled of dog, and the enormous three-headed beast was sprawled across the floor, all 3 heads snoring in concert with the charmed harp that played in the corner. Don't make a sound, Hadrian whispered. The music keeps it asleep, but if it stops, we become dog food, Draco finished. Brilliant. This is a brilliant plan. The trapdoor was open. Cold air wafted up from below, carrying the smell of earth and old stone and something chemical Hadrian couldn't identify. I'll go first, Hadrian said. Hermione, you're second. Neville third. Draco, you're last. Watch the dog. Why am I always last? Because you're the best at watching things. Rear guard. Draco scowled but didn't argue. Hadrian dropped through the trapdoor. He fell. Not far, maybe 15 feet, and landed on something soft and yielding that immediately began to move. Tendrils wrapped around his ankles, his wrists, climbing his torso with the blind, purposeful grip of a predator that hunted by touch. Devil's Snare. Hermione landed beside him with a yelp as the tendrils found her. Then Neville, who hit the plant and immediately went still, completely, deliberately still, while the snare explored him with cautious tendrils. Don't struggle, Neville said, his voice remarkably calm. It tightens when you struggle. Relax. Let it think you're dead. I'm not going to relax while a plant tries to eat me, Draco's voice came from above. Then he dropped through and landed with a thud and immediately began fighting the snare, which was exactly the wrong response. Draco, stop. Neville started. Hadrian didn't wait. He extended his wand and cast non-verbally. A burst of bluebell flames that erupted from his wand tip and spread across the devil's snare in a rolling wave. The plant recoiled from the light and heat, its tendrils whipping back, and all four of them dropped through the loosened mass onto the stone floor below. "Thank you," Neville said, brushing leaves from his robes. Then quieter, "I could have handled it." "I know, but we're on a clock." They were in a stone passageway, damp and narrow, sloping downward. The air was cold. Somewhere ahead, water was dripping, and beneath the dripping, Hadrian could hear something else, a faint, high-pitched rustling like 1,000 sheets of paper being shuffled. They moved. The passage opened into a brilliantly lit chamber, high-ceilinged, and the source of the rustling became clear. Birds, hundreds of them, jewel-bright, swooping and diving in complex patterns through the air above their heads. "Those aren't birds," Hermione said, squinting upward. "They're keys, winged keys." She was right. The flying objects were keys, old-fashioned, ornate, in every size and color, fitted with delicate silver wings that beat with insect speed. On the far side of the chamber, a heavy wooden door was set into the wall. Beside it, a rack of broomsticks. "We need to find the right key," Hermione said. "The one that fits the lock. There must be hundreds." "Big one," Hadrian said. "Old silver, probably damaged. Quirrell already came through here and would have had to catch it." "How are you going to spot one damaged key among?" Hadrian mounted a broomstick. The moment he was airborne, everything else fell away. The fear, the urgency, the weight of what waited below. Flying was the one thing that had always been pure, the one arena where his body and his magic aligned perfectly, and the broom responded to him like a living thing, banking and accelerating with a precision that no first year should have been capable of. He shot upward into the swarm. The keys scattered around him, their wings buzzing, but his eyes were already locked on the target, a large silver key with a bent wing, struggling to keep altitude, clearly damaged from a recent rough capture. He rolled left, dove under a cluster of bronze keys, accelerated through a gap in the swarm, and snatched the silver key out of the air with his right hand in a move so fluid it looked choreographed. Total time airborne, 11 seconds. He landed, dismounted, and tossed the key to Hermione, who caught it and unlocked the door while Draco stood by the broomstick rack looking torn between admiration and envy. "Show off," Draco said. "You keep saying that like it's an insult." The next chamber was dark. When they stepped through the door, torches flared along the walls, revealing a stone floor laid out in a massive grid pattern, black and white squares, 8 by 8. And standing on the squares, stone figures twice the height of a person. Chess. A giant wizard's chess set, and they were on one side of the board, and to get across, they'd have to play. "This is McGonagall's protection," Hermione said. "She's brilliant at chess." Hadrian looked at the board. He was decent at chess, Narcissa had taught him, and he'd played Lucius enough times to understand advanced strategy, but chess was Draco's domain. His brother had been the Manor's undefeated champion since age 8, beating Lucius himself in a match that had left his father speechless for an entire dinner. "Draco," Hadrian said, "this one's yours." Draco looked at the board. The fear that had been tracking across his face since the trapdoor faded, replaced by something sharper, focus, calculation, the particular intensity he only showed when he was doing the one thing he was best at. "I need to think," Draco said. He walked along the edge of the board, studying the pieces, mapping positions, running through openings and responses in his head with visible concentration. The others waited. "Right," Draco said. "Hadrian, you're the bishop king's side. Hermione, you're the castle queen's side. Neville, stay off the board, I'm taking the knight." "What about the queen?" Hermione asked. "We don't need a queen, we need a sacrifice gambit." Draco climbed onto the knight's square, and the stone horse accepted him, shifting its weight with a grinding of stone on stone. He looked different up there, taller, more certain, more himself. "When I say move, move exactly where I tell you, don't hesitate." The pieces hit hard. The game began. It was brutal. Giant chess pieces moved with lethal force. The opposing queen alone destroyed 3 of their pawns, smashing them to rubble with her stone scepter. Draco directed from the knight's position with clipped, precise commands, his voice carrying across the board with an authority Hadrian had never heard from him. "Bishop to e5. Now." Hadrian moved. An opposing rook swung at the square he'd just left, missing by inches. "Castle to d7. Hermione, go." Hermione slid across the board on her stone platform, and an opposing knight crashed into the square behind her. The game tightened. Draco's strategy was elegant, a complex sacrifice gambit that traded material for position, drawing the opposing pieces into a configuration that left their king exposed. But the cost was real. Their pieces were being destroyed, the board narrowing with each exchange, and Draco was running out of material. "I can see the checkmate," Draco said. His voice was steady, but his face was tight. "It's in 3 moves, but I need to make a sacrifice." "What sacrifice?" Hadrian asked. "Me." Silence on the board. The stone pieces waited. "The knight takes the opposing bishop on f3, Draco said. "That leaves me in the queen's path. She takes me. That opens the diagonal for Hadrian to put the king in check. Hermione covers the escape square. Checkmate in 2. "Absolutely not," Hadrian said. "It's the only way, the math is. I don't care about the math, find another way." "There is no other way. I've been running alternatives since move 6. This is the line." Draco looked at his brother from across the board, and his expression was something Hadrian hadn't seen before: calm, resolved, adult. "Let me do this. Let me be useful for once." "You're useful, you're always. I'm not. Not the way you are, not the way that matters, but this I can do. This is mine." Hadrian stood on his square and felt the argument die in his throat because Draco was right. This was the move. This was the only move. And his brother was choosing it not out of desperation or self-pity, but out of clear-eyed strategic calculation and a courage that had nothing to do with recklessness and everything to do with love. "The pieces won't kill you," Hermione said quickly. "They can't. This is a school. McGonagall wouldn't create a challenge that actually kills students." "You sure about that?" Draco said, but he was grinning, a real grin, wild and terrified and alive. "Knight to f3. His stone horse surged forward. The opposing bishop shattered, and the White Queen turned, raised her scepter, and swung. The impact was enormous. The stone knight exploded. Draco flew through the air, hit the edge of the board, and crumpled. "Draco!" Hadrian was moving before the echoes died. But the game wasn't over, the board was still live, the pieces still in play, and he forced himself to stop, to think, to finish what Draco had started. "Bishop to d1, he said. "Check." His platform slid forward. The White King tried to move, only one square available, the escape route that Draco had predicted. "Hermione." "Castle to d8, Hermione said, her voice shaking but clear. "Checkmate." The White King's crown toppled. The remaining pieces dragged themselves off the board, clearing the path. Hadrian was across the chamber in seconds, sliding to his knees beside Draco. His brother was unconscious. A gash on his temple was bleeding freely, and his left arm was bent at an angle that made Hadrian's stomach clench. But he was breathing. Strong, steady breaths. Alive. Neville was already there, pulling something from his pocket, a small vial of dittany that he carried everywhere since a particularly nasty herbology accident in October. He dripped it carefully onto the head wound, which closed and smoothed, and then looked at the arm with practiced assessment. "Broken," Neville said. "I can splint it, but I can't heal it. He needs the hospital wing." "Can you get him there?" Hadrian asked. Neville looked up. "You're going on." "I have to." "I know." Neville pulled off his outer robe and fashioned a quick sling for Draco's arm with the efficiency of someone who dealt with more than his share of injuries. "Hermione, go with Hadrian. I'll get Draco to Madame Pomfrey and find Snape." Hermione hesitated, looking at Draco's pale face. Then she nodded, shouldered her bag, and stood. Hadrian knelt beside his brother. Draco's eyes were closed, his breathing even, his face slack in unconsciousness. Without the conscious effort to maintain the Malfoy mask, he looked young. He looked 11. "You magnificent idiot," Hadrian said quietly. He squeezed Draco's uninjured hand once and stood. "Let's go," he said to Hermione. They went through the door on the far side of the chess chamber and descended. The next room hit them with a wall of stench, the troll. But this one was already unconscious, sprawled across the floor with a lump on its head the size of a quaffle. Quirrell had dealt with it on the way through. "The mountain troll protection," Hermione said, stepping gingerly over a massive gray-green arm. "Quirrell's specialty, he'd know how to handle it." Which is exactly why Dumbledore included it. Each protection tests a different skill. The The dog was Hagrid's. The keys were Flitwick's. The chess was McGonagall's. The troll was Quirrell's own contribution. Letting him past was the point. That's insane, yes. Welcome to Dumbledore's strategic planning. The next room was Snape's. They entered to find a table with 7 bottles arranged in a line and a sheet of parchment, and a wall of black fire blocking the way forward and a wall of purple fire blocking the way back. Hermione snatched the parchment and read it aloud. A logic puzzle. 7 bottles. 2 wine, 2 poison, 1 to go forward, 1 to go back, 1 nettle wine. The clues were layered in a way that required precise sequential deduction, not magic but logic, pure and cold. Hermione solved it in 90 seconds. This one, she pointed to the smallest bottle. It gets you through the black fire, but there's barely enough for 1 person. Hadrian picked up the bottle. It was tiny, a single swallow. He looked at the purple fire behind them, then at Hermione. The big round one sends you back through the purple fire. Take it. Find Neville and Draco. Get Snape. Hadrian, I'm not letting you. You can't come with me. There's only enough for 1. He held up the bottle. And what's behind that fire is something only I can face. You know that. Hermione's eyes were bright. She was scared not of the fire, not of the puzzle, but of sending him through alone into whatever waited on the other side. If you die, she started. I won't. You can't know that. I can, actually. My mother made sure of it, both of them. He tucked the bottle into his palm. Go get help, and Hermione, he paused. You're the best friend I've ever had. Whatever happens, that's true. She made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. Then she grabbed the round bottle, drank, and walked through the purple fire. It swallowed her without heat, and she was gone. Hadrian stood alone in the chamber. The black fire crackled. Beyond it, Voldemort waited. He drank the potion. It was ice cold spreading through his chest, his limbs, his fingertips, as if his blood had been replaced with winter. He walked toward the black fire, and it parted around him like a curtain, and on the other side was the final chamber. The mirror of Eris stood in the center of the room, enormous and golden, its surface shimmering with the same liquid-like quality he remembered from Christmas. The inscription ran along the top, I show not your face but your heart's desire. And standing before it, his back to Hadrian, was Quirrell. The turban was gone. Without it, the back of Quirrell's head was visible, and what was there made Hadrian's scar erupt with a pain so intense his vision went red. A face, flat, snake-like, noseless, with eyes the color of blood, was pressed into the back of Quirrell's skull like something trying to push through a membrane. It was more defined than it had been in the forest, more present, more real. Voldemort. Quirrell was staring into the mirror with frantic concentration. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, but how do I get it? The mirror, I see the stone, I see myself with it, but it won't. Use the boy, the face on the back of his head whispered. That voice silk and razor blades, smooth and cutting simultaneously. Let me speak to the boy. Quirrell turned. His face was gray, hollow, ravaged by the possession. Whatever the man had once been, a stammering professor, a nervous academic, had been consumed from the inside out. He looked at Hadrian with eyes that held no recognition, only exhaustion. Come here, boy, the voice said. Not Quirrell's voice. The other voice, the one from the back of the skull. Come and look in the mirror. Tell me what you see. Hadrian didn't move. His wand was in his hand, his feet were planted, and the pain in his scar was a living thing, screaming, clawing, demanding attention. He gave it none. I said come here. Quirrell's body rotated. Now the face was looking at Hadrian directly, Voldemort's face, those red eyes locked onto his with an intensity that made the air between them vibrate. You have courage, Voldemort said. I felt it in the forest, and I have felt you all year, the piece of me in your scar reaching out, connecting us. You feel it too, don't you, the kinship? There is no kinship. There is. We are bound, you and I, bound by blood and magic and the fragment of my soul that lives behind your eyes. I made you what you are. You didn't make me anything. You tried to kill me and failed. Silence. The red eyes widened fractionally. Failed, Voldemort repeated. I tried to kill you. Not a random child, you specifically, which means you know who you are. The eyes narrowed, studying Hadrian's face, the glamoured face, the Malfoy features, the gray-green eyes that hid the green. But you're wearing a mask. Interesting. Let me see what's underneath. Something pressed against Hadrian's mind, a force, cold and invasive, pushing through the scar-link like fingers probing a wound. Legilimency. Voldemort was trying to read his thoughts. Hadrian's occlumency held. Narcissa had taught him basic mental shields at age 9, and Snape had been reinforcing them since Christmas. The probe hit his defenses and slid off, and Hadrian felt Voldemort's surprise ripple through the connection. "Impressive," Voldemort said. "A first year with occlumency barriers. Whoever raised you knew what they were doing." A pause. "Malfoy, you carry the Malfoy name, which means Narcissa, clever, careful Narcissa. She took you, that night, from the ruins." Hadrian said nothing. His wand was level with Quirrell's chest. "Harry Potter," Voldemort breathed. "The boy who lived, hiding in a Malfoy's skin." The name landed in the chamber like a dropped stone, and the echoes of it seemed to go on forever, bouncing off the mirror, the walls, the ceiling, filling the space with a truth that had been hidden for 11 years. "There it is," Voldemort whispered. "I see it in your face, the defiance. Your mother had the same expression when she stood between me and your crib. She could have stepped aside. I gave her the choice. She chose death. She chose me. And what has that choice gotten her? A dead mother and a stolen child, and a dark lord who cannot die because pieces of his soul are scattered across Britain, one of which is lodged in your head." Voldemort's voice was almost gentle, almost persuasive. "You're a Horcrux, Harry. You're a piece of me, and pieces want to return to the whole. I'm not a piece of you. I'm a prison for a piece of you. There's a difference." Something flickered across the face in the back of Quirrell's head, annoyance maybe, or the ghost of respect. "Give me the stone," Voldemort said. "Look in the mirror, take the stone, and give it to me. In return, I will remove the Horcrux from your scar. I will free you from the burden of carrying a fragment of my soul. Think of it, a clean break, a fresh start. No more pain, no more visions, no more darkness sleeping behind your eyes." Hadrian looked at the mirror. He could see his reflection, not Hadrian Malfoy, but the real him, the glamour stripped by the mirror's magic. Harry Potter, green-eyed, scarred, standing in a chamber beneath a castle with a wand pointed at the most dangerous wizard who had ever lived. And in the mirror his reflection reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone, the Philosopher's Stone. His reflection winked and dropped the stone back into its pocket. Hadrian felt a weight settle in his real pocket. The stone. It was there, small, warm, impossibly heavy for its size. The mirror had given it to him because he wanted to find it but not use it. Dumbledore's trap, and it had worked perfectly. "You're considering my offer," Voldemort said. "Good. You're a Slytherin. I can see it in the way you calculate. You understand that sentiment is weakness and pragmatism is strength." "No," Hadrian said. "I understand that you're stalling. You can sense that I have the stone through the Horcrux, through the connection, and you're trying to talk me into handing it over because you know that if you try to take it by force, something will go very wrong for you." Voldemort's expression went flat. The pretense of negotiation fell away like a shed skin. "Quirrell," the voice said, "take the stone." Quirrell lunged. He crossed the space between them in 2 steps, hands outstretched, reaching for Hadrian's robes. Hadrian didn't dodge. He didn't need to. The moment Quirrell's hands closed on his arms, the man screamed. Not the scream of pain, but the scream of something fundamental coming apart, a shriek that seemed to come from inside Quirrell's bones, from the contact point where his skin met Hadrian's. His hands blistered, blackened, crumbled to ash where they touched the boy. Lily's protection. Love made flesh. A shield so powerful that the touch of Voldemort, even through a host, was annihilation. Quirrell staggered back, staring at his ruined hands. Flesh was gone to the wrists, charred, disintegrating, falling away like burned paper. "Kill him," Voldemort shrieked. All pretense of control was gone. "Use your wand, fool." Quirrell raised his destroyed hands to cast, but Hadrian was faster. He'd always been faster. He closed the distance in a single step and pressed both palms flat against Quirrell's face. The effect was cataclysmic. Light erupted from the contact point, golden light, warm and fierce, the color of a mother's sacrifice. Quirrell's face dissolved under Hadrian's hands. The man's scream became something beyond human, a frequency that cracked the chamber's stone walls and shattered several of the silver instruments that lined the room. His body convulsed. His robes caught fire, not ordinary fire but the golden light spreading outward, consuming, purifying, and through it all, Hadrian held on, because Voldemort was trying to escape. He could feel it through the connection, the parasite tearing itself free of the dying host, the spirit form ripping loose from Quirrell's collapsing body. If it escaped, it would flee into the forest, find another host, another path to resurrection. Hadrian couldn't let that happen. He poured his magic into the contact. Not a spell, something more fundamental than that, more instinctive. The magic his mother had given him, the protection written into his blood and skin and soul. He channeled it through his hands and into Quirrell, and through Quirrell into the thing that clung to the back of his skull. Voldemort's spirit form screamed. It was the scream from the night at Godley's Hollow, the sound a soul makes when it's torn from its anchoring, when love meets darkness and love wins. The wraith ripped free of Quirrell in a burst of black smoke and red light, and it came straight at Hadrian, not attacking but fleeing through him, through the Horcrux, using the scar connection as an escape route. The pain was indescribable. Every nerve in Hadrian's body lit up simultaneously. His vision went white, then black, then to a place beyond color where the only thing that existed was the sensation of something dark and vast and ancient tearing through his consciousness like a hurricane through a house. Voldemort's spirit passed through him, through the Horcrux, through the scar, and in the passage Hadrian saw everything. He saw the night at Godley's Hollow, the green light, his mother's scream. A baby in a crib, and a man with no nose raising a wand and the curse rebounding and the world coming apart. He saw Narcissa, picking him up from the rubble, holding him against her chest, whispering, "Hush, I've got you," into his hair. He saw Draco, 100 moments flying, fighting, laughing, arguing, 2 boys on a ledge in the wind. Brothers, real brothers in every way that mattered. He saw his parents, not in a mirror this time, in the light, standing in the golden light that was his mother's love made manifest. James was smiling. Lily was reaching for him. And through all of it, the wraith of Voldemort shrieked and burned and tore itself free and fled, out through the scar, out through the chamber, out into the cold dark beyond the castle, diminished, wounded, but not destroyed. Not destroyed. Hadrian hit the floor. The stone was in his pocket. Quirrell's body lay 3 feet away, empty, crumbling, a shell from which everything vital had been extracted. The mirror stood undamaged, its surface still shimmering, and in its depths, Hadrian could see his reflection lying on the floor, eyes closed, scar blazing red on a face that was no longer glamored. The glamour had burned off in the confrontation. The magic sustaining it had been consumed by the battle, redirected into the golden fire, used up in the effort of channeling his mother's protection. Harry Potter lay on the floor of the chamber, his real face visible for the first time in 11 years, and his hand was wrapped around a small red stone that pulsed with warmth. He was still breathing, he was still alive, and somewhere in the dark between worlds, something that had once been the most powerful Dark Lord in history fled through the night, screaming, burning, diminished, but not dead. Never quite dead. The scar throbbed, once, twice. Then darkness took him and the chamber fell silent. Time passed in fragments. Sound returned first, voices, distant and urgent, overlapping like waves. Then light, and with it pain, though the pain was muffled, wrapped in something soft that kept its edges blunt. Severe magical exhaustion, Albus. His core is nearly depleted. Whatever he did down there, he channeled the sacrificial protection directly, through physical contact, without a wand. That's not possible. And yet, Hadrian opened his eyes, the hospital wing, white linens, high windows, the astringent smell of healing potions. Sunlight streamed across his bed, warm and ordinary, and for a moment he couldn't remember why he was here. Then everything crashed back, and he sat up so fast the room spun. "The stone, safe," said Dumbledore, who was sitting in a chair beside his bed with the comfortable air of someone who had been there for some time. "In your pocket, in fact. Madame Pomfrey was quite surprised to find it when she changed your robes." Hadrian's hand went to his face, his real face. The glamour was gone. "I restored a basic concealment before anyone other than Madame Pomfrey and myself saw you," Dumbledore said, reading his panic accurately. "Your secret remains intact, though I suspect it will not remain so for much longer." Hadrian slumped back against the pillows. His body felt hollowed out, empty in a way that went beyond physical fatigue. His magic was depleted, a well drawn down to mud, and the absence of its constant hum left him feeling deaf. Quirrell. Dead. Hadrian closed his eyes. I killed him. Voldemort killed him. The possession, the parasitic drain, Quirinus Quirrell was dying long before you touched him. Your mother's protection merely completed what Voldemort had begun. That's a kind way of framing it. It is also the truth. You did not murder that man, Hadrian. You defended yourself against a monster who was using a dead man's body as a puppet. And Voldemort, gone, fled. The spirit form escaped, as you are no doubt aware. You felt it pass through you. Hadrian nodded. The memory was branded into him, the wraith tearing through his scar, the visions, the golden light. The Horcrux. Did it, when he passed through, did it change anything? Dumbledore's expression became very careful. I have examined the scar while you slept. The Horcrux remains. Voldemort's passage through the connection did not dislodge it. Something cold settled in Hadrian's chest. I'm still carrying a piece of his soul. You are, but the passage appears to have weakened the connection between the fragment and its creator. The link is quieter now. You may find the visions and the pain less frequent. Less frequent isn't gone. Number it isn't. They sat in silence for a while. Sunlight moved across the floor. The hospital wing was otherwise empty. Draco's bed was several beds down, neatly made, suggesting he'd already been discharged. Draco, Hadrian said. Is he fine? A broken arm, mended overnight. He insisted on staying until you woke, but Madame Pomfrey is a force of nature, and he was eventually removed. He's been sitting outside the door for, Dumbledore checked a pocket watch, approximately 7 hours. Hadrian felt something ease in his chest. And Hermione, Neville, both well. Miss Granger found Professor Snape within minutes of leaving the chambers. Mr. Longbottom delivered your brother safely. They are, I am told, composing a very detailed account of the evening's events for posterity. Miss Granger is insisting on footnotes. Hadrian almost smiled. Almost. The stone, Dumbledore said. I must ask, do you intend to return it? Hadrian's hand moved to his pocket. The stone was there, warm, heavy, alive with potential. The elixir of life, functional immortality, the most powerful alchemical creation in history. Nicola's flame, Hadrian said. The stone is his decision. Nicholas and I have discussed the matter at length. He and Perenelle have decided that the stone should be destroyed. They have enough elixir to set their affairs in order, and then Dumbledore spread his hands. After 665 years, they feel they have earned their rest. So the stone is useless. To Voldemort, yes. He will find another way to return, of that I am certain, but this particular path is closed. Hadrian pulled the stone from his pocket. It sat on his palm, red as blood, warm as a heartbeat. He held it out to Dumbledore. Destroy it. Dumbledore took the stone with a gentleness that suggested reverence. You are not tempted, even slightly, by immortality. After meeting the thing it turns you into, Hadrian thought of Voldemort, noseless, parasitic, drinking unicorn blood in a dark forest, more specter than man. Number I'm not tempted. Dumbledore pocketed the stone and stood. You have your mother's wisdom alongside her eyes, both mothers, I should say. Professor. Hadrian's voice stopped him at the door. Narcissa. What happens to her? Dumbledore turned. His expression was complex, sorrow and compassion, and the particular gravity of a man deciding something that would affect multiple lives. What would you have happened to her? She stole me. She took me from the ruins of my parents' home and hid me for a decade. That's kidnapping by any legal standard. It is. And she raised me. She loved me. She protected me from Lucius and from Voldemort's followers and from the truth because she believed the truth would put me in danger. That is also true. So what happens? Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. I believe, he said finally, that what happens is a conversation between you and Narcissa, one that is overdue, one that I cannot have for you and should not try to have for you. The legal and political ramifications, those can be managed in time, but the personal reckoning is yours. He left. The hospital wing door closed softly behind him. Hadrian lay in his bed and stared at the ceiling and listened to the sound of Hogwarts going about its day, footsteps in corridors, laughter in courtyards, the distant crack of someone's spell going wrong in a classroom, and he thought about mothers. The one who died for him, the one who stole him, both acts of love, both irreversible. He closed his eyes and slept, and for the first time in months, the scar didn't burn. Draco was, predictably, the first through the door when Madame Pomfrey finally relented. He came in too fast, caught his hip on the edge of a bed, swore, and crossed the ward in long strides that were trying very hard to look casual and failing completely. He dropped into the chair Dumbledore had vacated and stared at Hadrian with an intensity that suggested he'd been rehearsing this moment for hours and had forgotten all his lines. "You look terrible," Draco said. "You have one arm in a sling." "A sling I earned heroically by sacrificing myself in a giant chess game. What's your excuse?" "I fought Voldemort." Draco's mouth opened, closed. "You sorry? Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. I confronted them in the final chamber. Quirrell is dead. Voldemort escaped as a spirit. The stone is safe." Draco sat very still for a very long time. "You fought the Dark Lord," he said. "The actual Dark Lord, the most powerful wizard of the century. To be fair, he was considerably weakened. You fought Voldemort and you're lying in a hospital bed making jokes about it. Would you prefer I made jokes about your chess sacrifice? Because that's also available." Draco made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been a sob, and then he leaned forward and put his good hand on Hadrian's arm, not the pureblood clasp, not a formal gesture, just a hand on an arm, brother to brother, and his grip was fierce. "Don't do that again," Draco said. His voice was rough. "Don't go somewhere I can't follow. I can't promise that. Then promise you'll come back." Hadrian looked at his brother, the boy who'd been jealous of him since birth, the boy who'd been shaped by a cruel father and saved by a complicated love, the boy who'd sacrificed himself on a chess board so that Hadrian could reach the final chamber. "I'll come back," Hadrian said. "I promise." Draco's grip tightened, then released. He sat back, composed himself, and said, "Hermione and Neville are outside. They wanted to give me 5 minutes alone with you, which was generous of them considering Hermione's been vibrating with anxiety since yesterday. Send them in." Draco stood. At the door he paused. "When you're ready," he said without turning around. "Whatever the truth is about who you are, whatever you found out this year, I want to know. Not because I'm owed it, because I'm your brother and brothers don't keep the big things from each other." He left. Hermione and Neville came in 30 seconds later, and Hermione was talking before she'd fully crossed the threshold. A flood of questions and observations and theories that was so characteristically her that Hadrian felt the tight thing in his chest finally, fully unclench. They were alive. All of them. Bruised and frightened and fundamentally altered by what they'd been through, but alive. The afternoon light played across the hospital wing floor, and 3 friends sat around a bed and talked about what had happened and what would happen next. And outside the castle, summer was coming, and with it the end of the school year and the beginning of something new, something that had no precedent and no roadmap and no guarantee of a happy ending. But they had each other. And for now, that was enough. Hadrian's scar was quiet. For the first time all year it was perfectly, blessedly quiet. He pressed his fingers to it once gently and let it go. Chapter 6. The Name Beneath the Name. The last week of term had a golden, suspended quality, the particular sweetness of an ending that everyone knows is coming but nobody wants to acknowledge. Exams were finished. The grounds were lush and green and buzzing with students sprawled on the grass, their robes abandoned, their faces turned up to the June sun. The lake sparkled. The giant squid basked near the surface. Everything was beautiful and temporary and exactly one conversation away from shattering. Hadrian sat in the hospital wing for 3 days. Not because his body needed it, Madame Pomfrey had healed the physical damage within hours, but because his magical core was rebuilding itself slowly like a river refilling after a drought. The emptiness was disorienting. He'd lived with the constant hum of his magic since infancy, a background frequency so familiar he'd stopped hearing it, and its absence left him feeling deaf and hollow. On the second day, Snape came. He didn't sit. He stood at the foot of Hadrian's bed with his arms folded across his chest, and his expression arranged into something that was trying to be severe and landing closer to stricken. "You could have died," Snape said. "Good morning to you too, Professor. The sacrificial protection has limits. Channeling it directly without a wand through sustained physical contact, the magical drain alone could have stopped your heart. You're 11 years old. Your core isn't developed enough to sustain that kind of output." And yet, Snape's jaw tightened. He looked away toward the window, and for a moment the mask slipped, not the spy's mask, not the professor's mask, but the deeper one, the one that kept Severus Snape's grief locked behind his eyes where no one could see it. "She would have been proud of you," he said quietly. "Lily, she would have been," he stopped, swallowed. "Insufferably proud. She would have told everyone she met. She was like that." Hadrian watched the man who had loved his mother struggle with a grief that was 15 years old and still bleeding. "Tell me about her," Hadrian said. Snape looked at him sharply. "What? My mother, Lily. You knew her better than anyone alive, from what I understand, and I've spent 11 years not knowing her at all, so tell me about her." Something cracked in Snape's expression. Not dramatically, a hairline fracture barely visible, but enough for light to get through. He sat down. He talked for an hour. He told Hadrian about a girl on a playground in Cokeworth who could make flowers open and close in her palm, about a friendship that started at age 9 and survived the sorting and the house rivalries and the social pressures that should have killed it, about a mind so sharp it cut through pretension like a blade through silk, and a temper that could strip paint from walls, and a laugh that sounded like something you'd remember forever even if you only heard it once. He told Hadrian about the fight, the word he'd used, the unforgivable word, and the way she'd looked at him when he said it, and how that look had lived behind his eyes every day since. He told Hadrian about the war, about Lily's courage, not the showy Gryffindor kind, but the quiet, immovable kind, the courage of someone who saw the worst of the world and chose to stand against it anyway, about her choice to die rather than step aside, about the magic that choice had created. He didn't tell Hadrian about James. Hadrian noticed but didn't push. There was time for that. There were other sources. When Snape finished, the hospital wing was quiet and the sunlight had moved from one side of the room to the other. "Thank you," Hadrian said. Snape stood. He straightened his robes with sharp, precise movements, reassembling his armor piece by piece. "When your core is restored," he said, "we will discuss your occlumency training. It needs to be significantly more rigorous. The connection with the Dark Lord is quieter now. Dumbledore said the passage weakened it. Quieter is not closed, and the Dark Lord will return. He always returns." Snape paused at the door. "When he does, you will be ready. I will make certain of it." He left. Hadrian lay in the sunlight and thought about a girl in Cokeworth who could make flowers bloom, and about the choices people make for love, and about the distance between who you are and who you're raised to be. On the third day, Narcissa came. Hadrian knew the moment she entered the castle, not through magic, through the shift in atmosphere, the way the air in the hospital wing seemed to tighten, as if the room itself was bracing for impact. Madame Pomfrey's expression went carefully blank. Dumbledore, who had been visiting with a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, excused himself with a gentle nod. "I'll leave you," Dumbledore said. "This conversation has waited long enough." The doors opened. Narcissa Malfoy walked in. She was dressed impeccably, as always, ice blue robes, her blonde hair swept up, her posture perfect. She looked like a woman attending a formal function. She looked like a woman holding herself together through sheer force of will, the way you hold a cracked glass, carefully, precisely, knowing that one wrong movement would send everything spilling. She stopped at the foot of his bed. Her eyes moved across his face, the glamour was back in place, Hadrian Malfoy's sharp features restored, and for a long moment neither of them spoke. "Dumbledore contacted me," Narcissa said. Her voice was measured, controlled. "He told me what happened in the chamber beneath the school. He told me what you faced." "Is that all he told you?" The faintest tremor in her composure. "He told me that you know." Hadrian sat up. His magic was still rebuilding. He could feel it trickling back, warm and slow, like blood returning to a numbed limb, but his mind was clear. had been clear since the moment in the room of requirement when he'd stripped the glamour and seen his real face in the mirror. "Sit down, mother." The word, mother, landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. Narcissa sat in the bedside chair. Her hands were folded in her lap and they were steady, but Hadrian knew her well enough to see the tension in her wrists, the tendons standing out like bridge cables. "How long have you known?" she asked. "Since November. I found the room of requirement. I removed the glamour in front of a mirror." Narcissa closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were bright, but nothing fell. "November," she repeated. "You've known for 7 months and you said nothing. I wasn't ready. And now," Hadrian looked at the woman who had raised him, Narcissa Malfoy, the architect of the lie. The woman who had walked into the ruins of his parents' home, picked him up from the rubble and rebuilt him in her own image, or as close to it as magic and love and desperation could manage. "Now I want the truth," he said. "The whole truth, from the beginning, why you took me, what you were thinking, what you planned." Narcissa was quiet for a long time. Outside the hospital wing windows, the grounds of Hogwarts shimmered in the afternoon heat and students' voices drifted up from the lawn like distant music. "I wasn't thinking," she said. "That's the truth, Hadrian, the honest, unglamorous truth. I went to Godley's Hollow because I needed information. The Dark Lord had fallen. My husband was a marked Death Eater. Everything we had, the manor, the money, the name, was at risk. I needed to see what had happened and plan accordingly." Strategic assessment. Yes, cold, calculated, Slytherin, every ugly word you want to use, that's why I went. She paused. "But that's not why I took you." "Then why?" Narcissa looked at her hands. "You were crying. You were alone in a destroyed building in a crib covered in dust and blood and you were crying. Your mother was dead on the floor in front of you and she looked," Narcissa's voice faltered. "She looked peaceful, like she'd made her choice and was at rest with it, but you were not at peace. You were a baby and you were hurt and you were alone, and when I picked you up you stopped crying." The hospital wing was very quiet. "You grabbed my cloak," Narcissa said. "Your fingers, they were so small. You grabbed my cloak and you pushed your face into my neck and you stopped crying, and something in me." She pressed her hand to her chest. "Something broke open. Or broke free, I don't know which. That's not a strategy. Number, it was the most reckless, irrational, dangerous thing I have ever done. I knew what you were. I knew whose child you were. I knew that taking you would mean a lifetime of lies, a constant threat of discovery, the risk of Azkaban or worse. And I picked you up and took you home. Because you wanted another child." Narcissa flinched. It was tiny, a micro-movement, barely visible, but Hadrian saw it because he'd spent 11 years learning to read this woman's face. "Because I held you," she said, "and you needed me. And I needed," she stopped, drew a breath. "After Draco was born, the healers told me there could be no more children. A complication. Lucius was disappointed but not devastated. He had his heir. But I had wanted," she shook her head. "It doesn't matter what I wanted. What matters is what I did. I took you. I bound you with blood magic. I remade your face and hid your scar and told my husband a lie about a dead cousin, and I raised you as mine. And my parents, the people who died protecting me, I buried them under the lie. Every day, every month when I renewed the glamour, every time you asked about your origins and I deflected, I buried Lily and James Potter under layers of concealment and fabrication, and I told myself it was for your protection. And it was protection. Hadrian, Voldemort's followers were everywhere in those early years, and if they'd known you were alive. But it wasn't just protection." Narcissa met his eyes. "Number, it was also selfishness. I wanted you. I loved you from the first moment and I wanted to keep you, and every justification I constructed, the strategic value, the political insurance, the protection, was built on top of that foundation of wanting." Hadrian absorbed this. He sat with it the way you sit with a heavy truth, carefully, giving it room, letting it settle. "You could have given me to Dumbledore. Yes, he would have placed me somewhere safe, protected me. He would have placed you with your mother's sister, a muggle. I knew this because Lucius had contacts in the ministry and the plan was known. Petunia Dursley, living in a suburban house in Surrey, who hated magic and hated her sister and would have raised you in ignorance and resentment." Hadrian went still. You knew where Dumbledore planned to send me. I knew, and I made a choice. Not the right choice, perhaps. Not the legal or moral or defensible choice, but a choice. You could grow up in a muggle house with people who feared what you were, or you could grow up in a magical home with every advantage I could give you. Her voice hardened. I chose the advantages. You chose yourself. I chose you. Both things are true. They've always been both. Silence. Long, heavy, full of everything they'd never said and everything they were finally saying. The sunlight moved across the floor. A bird sang outside the window. Lucius, Hadrian said. Does he know? He suspects. He's always suspected. The power, the timing, the holes in my story. But Lucius is a man who prefers useful fictions to inconvenient truths. As long as you were an asset, a powerful ward reflecting well on the Malfoy name, he didn't want to look too closely. And if Voldemort returns, when Voldemort returns, Narcissa's composure fractured. Not a crack, a web of fractures spreading across her face like ice breaking, and underneath was something Hadrian had only seen once before, in the forest when the wraith had come at him. Raw, primal terror. That is what keeps me awake, she said. Every night since you were a baby. If the Dark Lord returns and discovers that Harry Potter has been living under my roof, that I stole his conqueror and raised him as my own, he will kill me. He will kill Draco. He will kill everyone I love, and then he will take you, and the piece of his soul in your scar will be all that's left of you. That won't happen. You don't know that. I do know that. Hadrian leaned forward. Mother, look at me. She looked. Her eyes were full, not overflowing, because Narcissa Malfoy did not cry in front of anyone, not even her children, not even now, but full. I fought him, Hadrian said. 3 days ago I stood in front of Voldemort and I fought him, and he ran. He ran from me. Because what you did, taking me, raising me, giving me every tool and advantage and lesson I needed, you made me into something he can't beat. Not with dark magic, not with Horcruxes, not with fear. I made you into a target. I was always a target, the scar made sure of that. What you made me was ready. Narcissa's breathing changed, shorter, faster. The composure was failing, the cracks widening, and Hadrian watched the woman who had held everything together for 11 years finally approach the edge of what she could contain. I'm sorry, she whispered, for taking you, for the lie. For every month I pressed my wand to your scar and told you it was a health charm. For every question I deflected, for burying your parents under my fear, I'm sorry. I know, I can't undo it. I know that too. If you hate me, I don't hate you. The words came out steady and sure because they were true, true in the bone-deep way that the most important things are always true. I'm angry, I'm hurt. I grieve for parents I never got to know and a life I never got to live. But I don't hate you. I couldn't hate you. You're my mother. Narcissa's hand came up to cover her mouth. The tears she'd been holding fell, not many, just 3 or 4, tracking down her perfect composure and landing on her ice-blue robes like drops of rain on snow. Hadrian reached out and took her other hand. Her fingers closed around his with a desperate strength that said everything her carefully controlled voice could not. They sat like that for a long time. The hospital wing breathed around them, the creak of old wood, the hum of healing magic, the distant sounds of a castle full of children who had no idea that the most consequential conversation of the year was happening in a sunlit room beside an empty bed. What happens now? Narcissa asked. I stay Hadrian Malfoy. For now. The name protects me, the glamour protects me, and I'm not ready to be Harry Potter. I don't even know who Harry Potter is, I only know who Hadrian Malfoy is, and he's the person you raised. Narcissa's grip tightened. But the truth is coming, Hadrian continued. Voldemort will return. When he does, the scar will activate, the connection will reopen, and eventually, inevitably, the secret will break. We need to be ready for that. All of us, you, me, Draco, even Lucius, though Lucius is going to have to make some choices he's been avoiding. Lucius doesn't change. Then Lucius will be left behind, but you won't, and Draco won't. I'll make sure of that. Narcissa studied her son, not the child she'd stolen, the young man she'd raised. The magic, the intelligence, the fierce protectiveness, the refusal to bend or break or hide from anything. All of it hers, all of it his, all of it real. You're remarkable, she said, not because of what you are, but because of who you are, whoever you choose to be. I choose to be yours and Lily's and my own, all three. Narcissa pressed his hand to her cheek. Her skin was wet. All three, she repeated. I can live with that. The afternoon light turned golden, then amber, then the soft rose of approaching evening. Mother and son sat in the hospital wing and let the silence between them fill with something that wasn't forgiveness, not yet, not fully, but the beginning of it. The first green shoots pushing through scorched ground. It would take time. It would take more conversations, harder conversations about James and Lily, about the Dursleys, about the years of lies and the cost of love, and the complicated calculus of a woman who saw a crying baby and made a choice that couldn't be undone. But the beginning was here, in this room, in the grip of two hands holding on. Draco was waiting in the corridor. Of course he was. Hadrian emerged from the hospital wing to find his brother leaning against the opposite wall with his arms crossed, and his expression set in the particular configuration that meant he'd been thinking very hard about something, and had reached a conclusion he didn't like. Mother's been in there for 2 hours, Draco said. We were talking. About, Hadrian looked at his brother. The time for partial truths was over. The question was whether Draco was ready for the full one. There was only one way to find out. Walk with me, Hadrian said. They walked. Through corridors and down staircases and out through the front doors into the grounds, where the evening air was warm and sweet and the sky was turning the color of a bruised peach. They walked across the lawn, past clusters of students enjoying the last of the daylight, past the lake where the squid was making lazy figure eights, and toward the edge of the forbidden forest, where the trees cast long shadows across the grass. Hadrian stopped at the tree line. The forest stood before them, dark, ancient, full of things that didn't bear examining. This was where he'd faced Voldemort's wraith. This was where the truth had started to crystallize. I'm going to tell you something, Hadrian said. And it's going to change everything you think you know about me, about our family, about the world you grew up in. I need you to listen, all the way to the end. Can you do that? Draco's expression was unreadable. I can do that. Hadrian drew his wand. He raised it to his forehead, and slowly, carefully, layer by layer, he removed the glamour. Draco watched. His face shifted in real time, confusion first as the features changed, as the jaw softened and the hair blackened and the silver sheen disappeared. Then something deeper as the scar emerged, the jagged lightning bolt, vivid on pale skin, pulsing faintly with its own dark energy. And finally, the eyes. The gray peeling away to reveal green, pure, vivid, unmistakable green. Draco stared. The boy standing in front of him looked nothing like Hadrian Malfoy. He had messy black hair and round features and a scar that anyone in the wizarding world would recognize. And his eyes were the most famous eyes in Britain. The eyes of a dead woman, the eyes of a vanished child, the eyes that had stared out from every newspaper and every poster and every memorial for the better part of a decade. No, Draco said. Hadrian said nothing. Number that's not you're not. Harry Potter, Hadrian said. Born July 31, 1980 to James and Lily Potter. Survived the killing curse as an infant. Disappeared from the ruins of Godley's Hollow on October 31, 1981. Presumed dead. Draco was shaking his head. Mother wouldn't, she couldn't have. She arrived before Hagrid. She found me in the rubble. She took me home and used black family blood magic to alter my appearance. She named me Hadrian and told Lucius I was an orphan black cousin. The whole story, Draco, all of it. A lie. Draco sat down. Not deliberately, his legs simply stopped working and he dropped onto the grass like someone had cut his strings. He sat with his knees drawn up, staring at Hadrian's unmasked face, and his expression went through a sequence that Hadrian tracked with aching familiarity. Shock, denial, anger, grief, and finally something that looked like the beginning of understanding. The power, Draco said. His voice was distant, mechanical. The insane magical ability, the wand the brother wand to the Dark Lords, the scar that mother glamoured every month, the sorting hat taking 4 minutes, Snape looking at you like he'd seen a ghost. Because he had, my mother, Lily, was his closest friend. Your mother, Draco's voice cracked. Your mother is upstairs in the hospital wing. The woman who raised you, who raised us, she's my mother too. That's not a lie. Whatever else was a lie, that part was real. Draco pressed his hands to his face. He was breathing two fast, short, sharp breaths that hitched on the inhale, and Hadrian sat down beside him on the grass and waited. The evening deepened around them. The sky turned from peach to purple. Lights began to appear in the castle windows, warm and yellow, and the first stars emerged above the forest like punctuation marks in a sentence no one had finished. "My whole life," Draco said, muffled by his hands. "My whole life I've been jealous of you. The magic, the talent, the way Father watches you. I've spent 11 years trying to be as good as my adopted brother, and my adopted brother is Harry Potter, the most famous wizard of our generation. I was competing with a legend and I didn't even know it." "You weren't competing with a legend. You were competing with me, just me, the person you know. The person I know is apparently the boy who lived. The person you know is the person who grew up in the same house as you, who flew broomsticks with you, who dueled with you, who ate breakfast across from you every morning for 10 years. The scar and the name don't change that." Draco lowered his hands. His face was red, his eyes wet, and he looked younger than Hadrian had ever seen him, stripped of every defense, every pretense, every inherited armor. "You should hate us," Draco said. "Mother stole you. Father served the man who killed your parents. We're the family of the people who destroyed your family. Narcissa saved me. Whatever her reasons, whatever the legality, she saved me from a life with people who would have despised me. She gave me education, training, love. She gave me you. Father is a Death Eater and a coward and a man who plays his own children against each other for sport. I know what Lucius is. I've always known." Hadrian paused. "But you're not Lucius. You've never been Lucius, no matter how hard he's tried to make you." Draco was quiet for a long time. The stars multiplied above them. The forest rustled with nocturnal life, the shift change, the day creatures surrendering to the night creatures, the eternal rotation. "Who else knows?" Draco asked. "Dumbledore, Snape, Mother, obviously. And now you, Hermione, Neville. They know something is wrong with my background. They don't know the specifics. I'll tell them when the time is right." Draco nodded slowly. Then he turned and looked at Hadrian, really looked, the way you look at someone when you're seeing them for the first time and the last time simultaneously, and his expression settled into something new. Not the jealousy, not the competition, not the desperate need for comparison. Something simpler. "You're still my brother," Draco said. "I don't care what the blood says. I don't care what the scar says. You're still my brother. Always." Draco extended his forearm, the old gesture, the pureblood clasp. Hadrian gripped it and their arms locked, and they sat on the grass beside the forbidden forest with their forearms pressed together and the castle rising behind them like a promise. "You should put the glamour back on," Draco said, "before someone sees." Hadrian raised his wand and rewove the spell. The features sharpened, the eyes grayed, the scar sank beneath concealment. Hadrian Malfoy replaced Harry Potter, and the transformation was so seamless, so complete, that if Draco hadn't just watched it happen, he'd never have known. "That's disturbing," Draco said. "You get used to it." "I sincerely hope not." They sat a while longer. The castle blazed with light behind them. Somewhere inside, Narcissa was probably composing herself, rebuilding her armor, preparing for whatever came next with the meticulous precision of a woman who had been preparing for disaster since before her stolen son could walk. "When he comes back," Draco said quietly, "the Dark Lord, what do? We fight. We're 11. We won't be 11 forever, and I've been training since I could hold a wand. I'll train you too, properly, not the practice room games. Real combat magic. Black family spells that Mother taught me. You'll be ready. And Father," Hadrian looked at the forest, "Lucius will do what Lucius always does. He'll serve whichever side is winning. When the time comes, we'll need to make sure it's our side. Our side being the side that doesn't involve a noseless psychopath ruling the world. I thought that was obvious." Draco let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "It's going to be a mess. Spectacular mess. Father will disown me. Then you'll have something in common with most of the decent people in the wizarding world." Draco shook his head, but he was smiling. A small, complicated, real smile that had nothing to do with Malfoy composure, and everything to do with the particular relief of finally knowing the truth. They stood, brushed grass from their robes, and walked back toward the castle. The doors were open, spilling golden light onto the steps, and from inside came the sounds of dinner, laughter, conversation, the clink of cutlery, the mundane symphony of a school full of children who had no idea what was coming. At the entrance, they stopped. "One more thing," Draco said. "The name. When this all comes out eventually, when you stop being Hadrian Malfoy, what are you going to be?" Hadrian considered this. He'd been thinking about it since November, since the mirror, since the truth, since the slow unraveling of everything he thought he knew. Who was he? Harry Potter, the vanished boy, the symbol, the scar. Hadrian Malfoy, the constructed identity, the glamour, the lie. Neither, both, something else. "I'm going to be the person who ends Voldemort," he said. "Whatever name I'm wearing when I do it." They went inside. The great hall swallowed them in noise and warmth. Draco went to his seat. Hadrian went to his. Across the hall, Hermione caught his eye from the Gryffindor table and raised an eyebrow in a silent question. He gave her a small nod. Later. At the high table, Dumbledore was watching him with those blue eyes that missed nothing. Snape was watching with dark eyes that missed even less. Somewhere in the castle, in a corridor or a hidden room or a private chamber, Narcissa Malfoy was standing very still with her hand pressed to her heart, feeling the shape of a future she could no longer control. The end-of-year feast was spectacular. Dumbledore awarded last-minute points. Slytherin won the House Cup, thanks in no small part to the hundreds of points Hadrian had accumulated over the term, and the dungeons would be celebrating all night. But Hadrian barely registered the cheering. He was already somewhere else, already planning, already strategizing, already assembling the pieces of the next year and the year after that, and the war that was coming whether anyone was ready for it or not. The train ride home was quiet. Hadrian sat in a compartment with Hermione, Neville, and Draco, the four of them together for the first time. The alliances of the year crystallized into something permanent. Hermione read. Neville tended to a small plant he'd been given by Professor Sprout as an end-of-year gift. Draco stared out the window with the particular focus of someone organizing a large amount of new information. Hadrian sat with his wand in his lap and watched the countryside roll past and thought about the summer ahead. Narcissa would be waiting at the platform. Lucius would be there too, silver-topped cane, aristocratic sneer, careful eyes. They'd ride home to the manor in silence, and everything would look the same, the peacocks, the hedge maze, the portraits of dead Malfoys, but nothing would be the same because the boy coming home knew the truth, and the truth was a weight that changed the shape of everything it touched. Voldemort was out there, weakened but not destroyed. The spirit form was somewhere in the forests of Albania or the dark spaces between worlds, licking its wounds, plotting its return. The Horcrux was still in Hadrian's scar, a ticking bomb, a connection, a chain binding him to the darkest wizard of the age. And the Philosopher's Stone was gone. Dumbledore had confirmed its destruction, Flamel had agreed, the elixir supply was finite, and the old alchemist and his wife were preparing for a death 6 centuries overdue. One path to resurrection closed. But there were others. Voldemort was nothing if not resourceful. "What are you thinking?" Hermione asked, looking up from her book. "I'm thinking about next year." "Already." "Ways?" Hadrian turned the wand between his fingers, holly, phoenix feather, brother to the darkest wand in existence. "This year was the opening move. Whatever comes next will be bigger." "You don't know that." "I do. Voldemort doesn't stop. He doesn't give up. He'll find another way to come back, and when he does, he'll come for Hogwarts because Hogwarts is where I am, and the piece of him in my scar is the one piece he didn't make on purpose. He'll want it back." Hermione closed her book. "Then we'll be ready." "We'll be ready," Neville agreed quietly from behind his plant. Draco said nothing. He was still looking out the window, but his jaw was set in that way that meant he'd made a decision and wasn't going to unmake it. Whatever his father had planned, whatever the Malfoy legacy demanded, whatever the cost, Draco had chosen his side. The train slowed. London materialized outside the windows, first suburbs, then streets, then the grimy approach to King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4 appeared in a rush of steam and noise, and families surged forward to collect their children. Hadrian gathered his things. He stood, slung his bag over his shoulder, and paused at the compartment door. "This summer," he said, "I want all of you to practice. Hermione, advanced defensive magic. You have the theory, build the practical. Neville, keep working on the herbology. Some of the most powerful magical defenses are botanical, and you're the best herbologist I've ever seen." Neville flushed. Hermione was already making a mental list. "And Draco, the Black Family Grimoire. There are combat spells in there that Lucius doesn't know about, spells Mother taught me that she never taught him. I'll write them down for you. Practice in secret." "Don't let your father see," Draco nodded once. "What about you?" Hermione asked. "What will you be doing?" Hadrian stepped into the corridor. Through the window, he could see the platform, Narcissa standing apart from the crowd, straight-backed and beautiful, and carrying the weight of a secret that was no longer entirely secret. Beside her, Lucius, silver-topped cane, cold eyes. "I'll be at the manor," Hadrian said, "being Hadrian Malfoy. For one more summer at least. And after that," he smiled. It wasn't the polished Malfoy smile he'd been trained to use, or the cold, strategic smile he'd deployed against Quirrell and Snape and Dumbledore. It was something else, something warmer, something with edges, something that belonged to a boy who knew exactly who he was and exactly what was coming and was not afraid. "After that," he said, "we'll see." He stepped off the train. The platform was chaos, trolleys and trunks and crying siblings and owls hooting from cages, and he walked through it the way he walked through everything, with his spine straight and his eyes open and the holly wand warm against his forearm. Narcissa saw him first. Her expression did something complicated, love and fear and relief, and the ongoing, bone-deep terror of a woman whose lie was unraveling in slow motion, and then she composed herself and opened her arms. He walked into them. She held him. He let her. "Welcome home," she whispered. Lucius stood behind her, cane clicking against the platform, eyes moving between his wife and his ward with the familiar expression of a man calculating something. "Good term?" Lucius asked. "Educational," Hadrian said. Draco emerged from the train and the four of them stood together on the platform, a family made of lies and love and complicated magic, and to anyone watching they looked exactly like what they appeared to be. The Malfoys, wealthy and elegant and untouchable. Nobody saw the scar. Nobody saw the green eyes beneath the gray. Nobody saw the boy beneath the name, the truth beneath the glamour, the weapon beneath the smile. Not yet, but they would. When the time came, when Voldemort returned, when the war ignited, when the world needed someone to stand between the darkness and the light, they would see Harry Potter. Not the vanished child, not the passive symbol, but the version that Narcissa Malfoy had accidentally created. A boy raised in the heart of the enemy's world, trained in their magic, fluent in their strategies, intimate with their weaknesses. A Slytherin with a Gryffindor's soul. A Malfoy with a Potter's heart. A weapon aimed at the dark by the most unlikely hand imaginable. Voldemort was out there, somewhere in the shadows, nursing his wounds and plotting his resurrection. The scar on Hadrian's forehead pulsed once beneath its glamour, a reminder, a warning, a connection to something vast and terrible and patient. He ignored it, not from denial and not from fear, from something simpler and more powerful than either, the absolute bone-deep certainty that when the monster came, he would be ready. He walked off the platform and into the London sunlight, flanked by a brother who knew his secret and a mother who had made it, and the summer stretched ahead of him, long and golden, and full of preparation for a war that was coming whether the world was ready or not. The boy who vanished was going home. He'd be back.